So good morning, everybody. It is my pleasure to welcome you to the figure skating special section of the 2024 ISU Congress. And it is the first session of the branch of special representatives for figure skating, so this 59th Ordinary Congress of the Union. I would like again to extend gratitude to our host, US Figure Skating, for their excellent work in providing a well-organized Congress. We appreciate the efforts of President Sam Oxer and his many associates so that you have been so welcome here at this location, which is like a paradise for many of us. Las Vegas, as you know, is dedicated as a city of entertainment, and we are looking forward for an unforgettable experience during our stay here at the Virgin's Hotel. Talking about entertainment, I think we talked about this yesterday. Since we are invited tonight to attend, Love from Cirque du Soleil, we have a reception at 4 p.m. this afternoon. I would like to shift around the schedule a bit to propose the following, that we would meet now until 10:30. 10:30, we will have our break. Then we will reconvene, and then we will have our meeting straight until 1:30 or 2 o'clock in the afternoon. Let's say 2 o'clock in case. But then after that, you will be free for the rest of the afternoon to get ready for the reception and the exciting show for tonight. So I trust that all our deliberations will be taken in the context of fair play and at all times. We're going to make decisions about the actual situation, the progress of our sport, and most importantly, our athletes. I remain positive in regards to figure skating disciplines, given the work that so many people through the consultations and by listening to the reality in the field and proceeding with all the adjustments as needed to produce the best package possible for this meeting. I wish to make a brief introduction of these individuals who have served in various capacities within the ISU in the figure skating branch. Again, at the head table, your council members, we have Tatsuro Matsumura, Susanna Rakamo, Georgi Alek, and absent today, Mrs. Patricia St. Peters, who had a personal matter but will be back on Friday, and also Maria Teresa Samaranch, who is with us online. I would like to thank them for their efforts to make at all times the best decisions and being always proactive for their approach for the benefit of figure skating. Also representing the ISU Secretariat and my assistant for the next 2 days, we have with us Sport Director for Figure Skating, Mrs. Patricia Mayer. And included here, I would like also to mention, as we saw yesterday, ISU Secretariat under the leadership of Colin Smith, who has stepped in his new position as Director General. We also have with us the legal advisor for the ISU Council responsible for figure skating matters, Michael Gesslanger. And I want to mention how fortunate the ISU is here with the energy of this group of people, and also including our chairs of technical committees that we have with us, Fabio Bianchetti for Singles and Pairs Technical Committee, Sean Radstadt for Ice Dance Technical Committee, and of course, last but not least, for Synchronized Technical Committee, Philippe Métro. Now to talk about more on the administrative side of things, the procedures of this meeting will be in accordance with the Section 7A, procedural provisions to the constitutions related to the Congress organization, Article 30, Paragraph 7, deliberation and debates, and on proposals. Now, I think, since it's my first time here in this role, I would like to review and to give you a brief summary of the procedures on how we will follow, those procedures during the meeting. The chair will conduct the meeting, making the final rulings where necessary, deciding who will speak, determine the length of the debate, and call the vote as required. The Congress delegates, you might speak at times in favor of a proposal, or you might speak or disagree with an idea or the intent of a proposal, but not the individual. The agenda has been determined by the submissions of the members. Therefore, the members must approve or disapprove of any agenda proposal. Any proposal printed on the agenda must be considered by the meeting in some form. The proposals have been submitted by the Council, the technical committees, and the member federations. In such cases, the proposer should be the mover of the motion. Proposals will be put in the meeting by the chair. For the discussion and the debate, to speak, as it was mentioned yesterday as well, is the same procedures. A person shall move to one of the microphones for identification by the chair. The person shall identify himself or herself by name and federation. State his or her point of view to be debated. The chair will determine the length of time of any debates. We've heard about this maximum of 3 minutes, so I hope we will not have to interrupt any of you, but please, let's try to be concise and very specific on your points. The mover, the person representing the mover, for example, let's say the technical committee, may speak first and last. A person may speak a second time only after everyone who wishes to speak has spoken once. Also, it will be one person from a member federation, always the same person that can speak, only one from each delegate, from each member federation. So in summary, a person may speak maximum of twice in any motion. All discussion to the proposal must be addressed through the chair and not the individual. And the chair may request an opinion from the legal advisor with no limitation. So the vote, the chair shall call the vote for each of the proposal. The visual green, red, and white cards, show of hands shall be used. Well, I think we don't have any other choice for today because I think we don't have the electronic system working. And the chair or any identified delegate at the microphone may call for I will skip this one, record an electronic vote. But we will, depending on the motions and on the request, we will at some point count the votes when necessary, when it's going to be needed for the minutes. So there are three options in regards on how we can deal with the proposals today. The first one, we have drafting proposals. Those proposals called or identified as drafting will not be discussed at the meeting and will be dealt directly with the respective drafting committees that we will name a little bit later on. I will give you all the numbers to regroup them together, like before each of the sections, so we will be able to follow them and minute them accordingly. The second option is the withdrawal of a proposal. A proposal may be withdrawn by any mover, so someone who is having a proposal, they can ask to remove it without any problems, to withdraw it. The third option is the amendment to a proposal. So it's always a step-by-step approach. So it means that word changes to remove or to add may be possible for any proposal, or a proposal may be divided into 2 or more parts as well. It's not a problem. Only one amendment at the time will be considered. To avoid confusions, amendments can only be presented in writing by the mover. So this is to allow participants of the meeting to clearly see the proposed amendments on the screen, so to know exactly what you will be voting on. So this means that we will need your cooperation, and I know that some of you have already used this point. So if you plan to make any amendment to your proposals, or for any proposals, you must let us know in writing and in advance to prepare accordingly. An amendment, when approved, of course, is added to the main proposal and must be voted by the meeting on as part of the main proposal as amended. Same things as yesterday. Now, I am pleased to report that the ISU will do the elections of a secretary to record the minutes of the meetings of the branch. So I'm pleased that the ISU Council has appointed Mrs. Lois Long, USA, to record the minutes of the meetings of the Figure branch. So let me ask the Assembly for approval of this appointment. So we're going to start using our cards. So I would say ready for the question. All in favor, please raise the green card, just to see if everyone is awake. Yes, okay. Opposed? Anyone opposed? The red cards. Any abstention? No abstention. Motion carried. Thank you. Now we're going to do the verification of the qualifications of the figure skating representatives and on their right to vote. So I would like now to proceed with a roll call since we don't have the support of the electronic system. So like yesterday, please make sure that you say that you are present so we can do the right count, and then we'll tell you what are the proportions for the 2/3 majorities and simple majority. So let me start with Andorra. Andorra?
Sorry, good morning, Chair. I'm sorry.
Yes.
I just need one clarification. I couldn't keep up with everything you were saying. I'm so sorry about this. We don't have the electrical voting system due to unforeseen situation, but I'd just like to ask about the secret ballots. Is that still something we have the right to ask for, or is that gone for this meeting?
Yes.
In case you want, or a member wants to have a secret vote, you need to make a respective request, and then we vote on the request, and if 10% of all are in favor, then it will be organized secretly. Secretly would mean we need to find a place where we can hide you, and where we then can have a box, a voting box. We will distribute sheets, voting sheets, and these voting sheets will then be moved into this box. And then the secretary and maybe a scrutineer, we will have 2 scrutineers. The 2 scrutineers will then count.
Thank you very much for the clarification, and the voting systems are always difficult in this country, so I just wanted to get it right. Thank you.
Yes, thank you. No, thanks for your question. I think it was very appropriate. So we'll do everything we can to make sure that we respect the rules of the meetings. So going back to the roll call to make sure that we have everyone present to count the total of people that can vote. So again, I will start with Andorra. Thank you. Argentina? Yes. Armenia? Yes. Australia? Yes. Austria? Yes. Azerbaijan? Yes. Belgium? Yes. Brazil? Yes. Bulgaria? Okay. Canada? China, Cyprus, Czech Republic, yeah. Denmark, Spain, yes, Estonia, okay. Finland, Finland, yes, France, yes, Great Britain, yes, Georgia, yes, Germany, yes, Hong Kong, yes, Hungary, yes, Indonesia, India, Ireland, Iceland, Israel, yes, Italy, Japan, yes, Kazakhstan, Kazakhstan, oh, thank you, Korea, yes, Latvia, yes, Liechtenstein, Lithuania, yes, Luxembourg, yes, Morocco, Malaysia, are they there? Malaysia, not present, Mexico, yes, Mongolia, Mongolia, no, okay, no, Monaco, yes, Netherlands, yes, Norway, and New Zealand. Thank you. Then, oh, sorry. Yes, yes. Peru, thank you. Philippines, yes. Poland. Then we go to Russia, yes. Singapore, Slovenia, okay. Thank you. Serbia, okay, yes. Switzerland, yes. Slovak Republic, thank you, yes. Sweden, yes, thank you. Thailand, yes. Turkmenistan, no, sorry. Chinese Taipei. Yes, over there, yes. Turkey, okay. Ukraine, USA, Uzbekistan. That's it. Yeah. Thank you. So do we do the, yeah. Bear with us, we're just making the calculation. C'est simple, je vais trouver. The two-thirds, and the simple. Okay, so present 58 members. The two-third majority will be 39, and the simple majority will be 30. Yes, please.
Please, just to explain to you, this is if everybody will be here and everybody will vote. But for the majorities, last but not least, each vote counts separately. And that means, for example, because we need to count, according to the Constitution, the votes in favor, the votes against, and the abstentions. And if, for example, somebody does not vote, this is not considered a vote cast because it is neither yes, no, or abstention. And therefore, the majorities can be different from voting to voting. But this, what the roll call makes sure is that we have the necessary quorum. The quorum is 50% of all members, and this is clearly given. But otherwise, we need to look at each vote because you see there are very different numbers, and this depends on whether somebody was not attentive or simply didn't vote or wanted or left the room and we couldn't see it, and this explains the difference.
Thank you. In my introductions, I think, did I forget to introduce you, Susanna Racamo? I don't know if I remember if I named you. Did I presented you? I think I forgot to name. Yeah, okay, sorry. Short memory, thank you. Okay, so now, for the special regulations, according to Article 11 of the Constitution's paragraph 2A, for a change in the special regulations, a two-thirds majority is required for every proposal. So therefore, based on the roll call that we did, we established the two-third majority will be 39 votes. For the technical rules, which might be probably tomorrow, but according to Article 11 from the Constitution's paragraph 2B, changes in the technical rules can be proposed only by the respective technical committees and approved by the respective vice president and the council. Changes proposed by the council are accepted, unless the one ISU member or other ISU members during the Congress, puts forward an objection, and this objection obtains a simple majority of votes. So we'll get back to this when it's going to be the time. Again, for such objection, when we're talking about the technical rules, it means that it may only be not to accept the proposal change in the technical rules, and it cannot propose any other amendments. So I want to be clear with this, so we'll get back as well on this. I would now proceed with the election of the two scrutineers for the minutes. I would like to recommend to the Assembly that Mrs. Alison Chan, Singapore, and Mrs. Lise Rosto Jensen from Norway be appointed to serve as scrutineers of the minutes for the figure skating branch. So I would like to ask the Assembly to approve the appointments. Ready for the question? All in favor? Please raise your green card. Opposed? The red cards. Abstention? Motion carried. Now we're going to do the elections of a drafting committee consisting of at least 3 members to draft the final text of the proposals adopted concerning singles and pairs regulations, and elections of a similar drafting committees for singles and pairs, the ice dance, and also the synchronized skating regulations. I would like to report that the ISU Council has appointed the following drafting committees that you see on the screen. One specifically for singles and pairs, singles and pairs proposals, yes. Then we have the ice dance and the synchronized skating. So I would like again to ask the Assembly to approve these nominations. So, ready for the question? All in favor? Please show your green cards. Opposed? Red cards. Any abstention? Motion carried. Now for the approval of the agenda. In accordance with the constitutions, the formal agenda for this figure skating section needs to be approved. So unless there is any comments, please, we will confirm that we accept the agenda as presented for this meeting. So ready for the question? All in favor? Green cards. Opposed? Red. Any abstention? Motion carried. So now we'll move on to the report from the Vice President of Figure Skating. So I'll change, I'll go my formal position to make it a little more. There we go. So, ladies and gentlemen, it is now my pleasure to present my Vice President report for figure skating to you, members here attending the meeting today, and also those attending the 2024 Congress virtually. 2 years ago, with the conclusion of the meeting in Phuket and changes in leadership, it became evident to me that newly elected ISU Council had a strong desire to not only talk about the changes or the future of the sport, but to act and move forward in a timely fashion. In other words, I think we use this expression sometimes, it was time to walk the talk. Under the leadership of newly elected ISU President Jae-il Kim, figure skating and the ISU in general underwent a serious exercise that included defining our identity and position as a sport. This initiative challenged some of our historical thinking regarding many aspects, such as how do we introduce officials at events, for example? Why this events, the length of the events, and so on. So there were many, many questions. While this initiative was at times difficult given, it challenged many of our beliefs. By doing so, we identified critical areas that needed to be addressed because, like many other sports, figure skating has experienced new realities that we needed to better appreciate and already discussed earlier this week. For figure skating, specific critical areas were identified and working groups were established. While each group was tasked with a specific area, our goal has always been to remain and strive for excellence. The constituency of the working groups included several federation representatives, many of you are in this room today, as well as external experts. Each working group deliberated on their predefined task and made recommendations to the council. If you remember, when we were at the last Congress, the members had asked to put together some of those working groups to come up with some recommendations, and I'm here today to report on those. At this point, I'd like to thank all of you who were part of those 5 working groups that I'm going to discuss today with you. Your engagement and efficient work certainly contributed to the progress made. While the time dedicated to each of these areas of focus was significant, I'd like to summarize for you the outcomes. The first working group was focused on the harmonization of ages for junior level and below. This group was tasked with reviewing the current age categories for junior skaters and below, as per Rule 108, and related to ISU communications. The objective of this group was to identify an approach or concept that would be consistent across ISU disciplines, first of all, and related to age, and once identified, to prepare the related rule amendments and updating the ISU communications involved, to come up here, finally, and take the decisions. As the work progressed, two important factors became evident, and I want to mention them because the first one was the recognition and the benefit of having changed the minimum age for senior skaters and the need for a consistent approach in all disciplines. And the second was the recognition of the significant differences in the physical, mental, and emotional development of male versus female skaters competing in the junior categories. Because of its critical and important, the skaters can progress and gain maturity according to and in respect of their development stages. We made a recommendation to increase the number of pairs competing at the junior level. What was interesting prior to the finalizations of their recommendation, and this is something we haven't done enough in the past, and we came with some recommendations also to keep going in that direction, was certainly the consultations that we did at various ISU championships, in addition of obtaining feedback from the ISU Medicals Commission. Thanks to this process, we have a very good example. Yesterday, we passed the proposal 45. And if you recall from the past, we had so many situations where we were trying to debate on what would be the minimum age, the maximum age for athletes. We took hours and hours, but with those consultations, I think we were on the right path to make sure we have an idea beforehand before we come to the meeting. The second working group was focused on evaluating the benefits and the challenges of dividing the tasks of judges, namely evaluation of a split panel approach whereby half of the judges would evaluate program components and the other half the GOEs. The specific objectives of this working group were to assess if through a split panel approach, the accuracy of judging GOEs and components could be improved. A shadow panel was split, in either program components or GOEs was established at 3 different events, namely European Championships, Junior Worlds, and a Challenger event, with the results compared to the results of the official panel. Well, while the findings have been impacted by the fact that the judges only recently transitioned from judging 5 components to 3, it was not possible to identify at this time, the process of evaluating the pieces, we were not able, to really say that we had a conclusion that would be helping us to come up and make a recommendation. So it was decided that we would not be forthcoming regarding the split panel this time, any recommendation. So the working group felt strongly that continuing the journey of deepening the competency of officials as it relates to judging components should be the focus, and the value of a split panel could be re-examined again, maybe after this Congress in 2024, or maybe later by 2026. The third working group was focused on the qualification system for figure skating at the Olympic Winter Games. If you remember, this was a point of discussion as well at the last Congress. With the target implementation date of 2030 Olympic Winter Games, the working group reviewed the current figure skating Olympic qualification system and analyzed an alternative qualification method that was based on results of international competitions. Based on discussions to date, it appears that the structure that we're having now, with only one qualifying event in the fall of the season of the Olympic Winter Games, continues to make sense. In other words, like the way we do today. In addition, when you look at it, the proportion, which is less of 20% athletes, end up qualifying through this process. So at this point, additional recommendations may still arise from this working group, and then we'll see the outcome at a later time. Moving on the fourth working group focused on the use of computer vision in figure skating. The objective of this working group was to develop a tool that would support the technical panel, consistently trying to measure the total number of revolutions in the air, thus improving the accuracy and consistency of technical calls. Given the importance of fairness and integrity of outcomes in any judge sport, improving the technical accuracy of calls is important for the future of our sports, and we have many proofs, many examples for that. With this in mind, the ISU contracted a technology partner, SportLogic, to explore the possibility to delivering a computer vision-based system that could passively measure the number of rotations in the air of the jumps. With completion of the preliminary phase, the results proved to be promising, and SportLogic, in cooperation with the working group, successfully completed what we call the proof of concept phase. At this stage, the project is on hold, and we are looking at how we will address our future technical needs with the judging system using artificial intelligence and given the costs associated with the next stage of the project. Nevertheless, as we heard yesterday, in regards of technology, the ISU was focused on identifying methods also to improve the video quality used by the technical panels. So, together with our ISU IT company, Swiss Timing, testing on the improved video system was done at various spring figure skating competitions, and the final tools finally will be ready for the deployment out of the events this season. Let me talk to you now about the last working group number 5. It was focused on the implementation of solo ice dance competitions. With significant engagement and cooperation with the Ice Dance Technical Committee, I would like to highlight that this concept originated from you, the members. So thank you. Thank you for taking this initiative and to bring it to the stage as it is today. For those of you who are not aware, solo ice dance is an opportunity for skaters to develop ice dance skills without a partner, allowing that for the sport of figure skating to grow, and also with solo ice dance, it serves as a development tool for the discipline of ice dance, but also an approach that can assist developing nations in growing their athletes' base. As you can appreciate, overall, several activities and projects have been undertaken helping to advance our sport. On the technical aspect of figure skating, we are presenting some new initiatives as well, and it is important to remember that even if changes are putting us a little bit out of our comfort zone sometimes, we carefully look at the well-being of our skaters, and also by creating an opportunity to develop and make progress with our product. At this time, I would like to also recognize the work of the development commissions, where many good projects have been accepted, but what I am very impressed with is the collaboration of many developing nations gathering together and, with their ideas, with projects that have a longer-term measurements of impact, projects in long terms. As to regular business, seminars, training of officials, continue to take place throughout the world, whether now it's face-to-face or virtually. And I don't know if you remember, but when we started this project with the Frankfurt seminar many years ago, well, next year, it will be the 20th edition of that seminar. So with respect to the promotion now of skating, 2 new initiatives has proven to be successful in raising interest and awareness of our sports. The first one is certainly the World Ice Skating Day that we spoke again earlier, and the second is the ISU Skating Awards. As many of you here know, the ISU Skating Awards has delivered a broader view of skating where fans have been exposed to the different facets of skating through participation in voting and abroad, so being part of the project. For the past 2 seasons, the awards were presented into the famous Art on Ice show in Switzerland, which delivered top entertainment with a unique blend of professional artists and top elite skaters performing at their best for the occasion. Finally, on a personal note, I cannot thank you enough for all the discussions that we had, one-on-one or, in groups. When I was elected in this position, I was not really sure what to expect. But I took it with great honor, having the chance to share this passion that we all have for figure skating, knowing that and recognizing the outstanding achievements for our athletes and also the choreographers, the coaches, the whole ISU family. Yes, together, I think we can make a difference for our sport, but most importantly, for all of our athletes. I have always been a firm believer of teamwork. Coming together, for me, is the beginning. Keeping it together is what I call progress. And working together, for me, is success. I will end by a quote from Norman Scheidel, author of several books on communication and business. It is as follows: a group becomes a team when each member is sure enough of themselves and their contribution to praise the skills of others. Thank you. So now we'll move on with the approval of motions concerning specifically designated and summarized in the agenda as drafting matters and approval of these.
Excuse me.
Yes?
Mr. Chairman, I have a question about the computer vision project. You mentioned it was put on hold, where there was a successful proof of concept being delivered. So can I ask for a clarification on that,
Yes.
first of all? And second, what are the specific objectives and timelines to be delivered next on this project? Thank you.
I think the answer I can provide to this is that, when we started the work for the Vision 2030 2 years ago, we had to look at the priorities and to kind of look at where should we put, the projects first and what type of projects should give the priority. That's why I'm saying when I say it's on hold, it doesn't mean that it will not happen. I think it's a matter of planning, deciding when it will be time to do it. And that's why we took as a priority, for example, to look at the video system because we needed to improve it. There is no definitive date or when we're going to move on, but this is part of after we needed to pass first the Vision 2030, and it's included in the Vision 2030. It's been mentioned in the presentations of President Kim. So we have to look now with the council where we will go as far as budget and implications and then move on. So I said put on hold, but it doesn't mean that it stopped or that we question this. I think that it's a significant project with a huge investment as well. And as we all know, other sports are also looking at how to work with artificial intelligence. And I think we will see in the near future where it's going to go more specifically. All right. Is there any other questions? Just to, okay. So now, with the drafting matters, I will identify for you the drafting proposals. I will give you the numbers, so you will see, in your package as well. So we're talking about proposal 184, 187, 189, 192, 195, 196, 198, 215, and 274. So I will ask for, yes?
Hello, my name is Maria from Iceland, and I just have a question regarding these drafting motions that are still to be dealt with within different proposals. If we do accept this now, how will that work towards other proposals?
The only thing you're accepting is that these are identified as drafting proposals, and they will be somehow included in the discussions, but they will be dealt directly with the drafting committees. So it means that it's like it's a given. Like we will work on it. Okay. Any other questions? Okay. Ready for the question? All in favor? Please raise the red, the yellow, the green, the green card. Green cards. Opposed? Any abstention? Motion carried. Now, item number 9, the motions concerning amendments to the special regulations for single and pair skating, ice dance, and synchronized skating. Prior to the proceeding with the various proposals, I would take several matters in order. The first one would be the order of business. Is that if I would like to ask the Assembly for a motion that would allow the Chair to change the order of the proposals for considerations if needed, if such a change be in the best interest of the natural progress and the subject in question. So, ready for the question? All in favor? Please raise, green cards. Opposed? Red. Any abstention? Motion carried. Now on to urgent matters. The next order of business is to insert into the agenda the urgent proposals as published in ISU communication number 2637. Based on the decisions of the General Session on the Congress to accept all the urgent proposals, well, most of the proposals, I would like to advise the delegates on how these proposals will be inserted into the agenda. So as far as we are concerned, with the figure skating branch, we have 5 urgent proposals, and here is where we will place them. Urgent proposal related to special regulations, singles and pair skating and ice dance. Urgent proposal number 17 and number 18. You know, the 17 from Israel figure and 18 from Great Britain. Both of them will be considered as one because they're exactly the same, and they will be inserted after proposal 188. Related now to the technical regulations in single and pair skating and ice dance, we have 3. Urgent proposal 19, made by the ISU Council, will be inserted after proposal 230. The urgent proposal number 20, made by the Ice Dance Technical Committee, will be inserted after 252. So after proposal 252. The urgent proposals number 21, made by the Synchronized Skating Committee, will be inserted after proposal 288. After proposal 288. I sound like I'm at the bingo. All right? So, changes to the special regulations. The Assembly now will deal one at a time with individual proposals, each of which will be acknowledged to the Assembly with the mover, debate, and any proposal to follow and vote. Members and delegates are reminded that approval of each proposal, like in this case, will require 2/3 majority. The chair, as a result of a hand vote, will determine this. So please use either your green, red, and white cards. In case of a doubt by the chair on a request from the member, we will do a detailed manual vote will be taken. So any member can ask for it, and then if I see that we're not so clear, we'll make sure that we have a clear result at the end. Ready to start? Okay, let's go with, we're under the number 3 proposal for the figure skating section, the special regulations, single and pair skating and ice dance. That will lead us to proposal 176 from Canada with rule 343, music, new paragraph 8, rule 823. Any comments? Yeah.
Karen Butcher, Canada Figure. Canada would like to withdraw this proposal in favor of it becoming a procedure and not in the rules.
Thank you. Proposal withdrawn. Proposal 177, Japan, related to Rule 344, Paragraph 3. This will also be valid for Rule 830, Para 3 for synchronized skating from Japan. Any questions, any comments? Yeah.
Wieland Lüders, ISU. I understand the reasoning of this proposal. However, I cannot agree with that for various reasons. First of all, if we have, for example, a Junior Grand Prix event with only one ice rink, we will never be able to finish by 10 o'clock in the evening. As a consequence, you as an organizing committee, as a member, you would need to additionally add one more of competition day to the schedule. That means one more day of rink rent, one more night for all participants, officials, coaches, everybody who is traveling to the competition. It adds you as an organizer additional cost, and I'm wondering if you really want that. I understand 11 o'clock in the evening is rather late maybe, especially for juniors. But if you have only one ice rink, it's impossible. Second of all, if you go to bigger events, let's say championships or even Olympic Winter Games, we heard it 2 days ago that we need to be really working with our TV partners closely to be able to be in the live TV time slot. And due to certain time zone differences, sometimes TV is requesting to finish by 11 o'clock. Because, let's take the example, East Europe. They have 11 o'clock in the evening, but in mid-Europe, it's 10 o'clock in the evening. And for the mid-European broadcasters, 10 o'clock would be the perfect ending time. So in local time, we need to finish by 11. So now if we need to move this now to 10 o'clock, we will risk that we are not fitting anymore to the prime time slots of TV. And I can tell you, for the Olympic Winter Games in 2026 Milano, I know it's not nice for the athlete and for anybody of us, but the ending times are 11 o'clock. And the IOC and the TV partners, when we negotiated the schedule, they wanted to finish at 11:30. And the technical delegate, Benoit, and myself, we strongly were fighting with them. And finally we won that we do not go beyond the 11 o'clock time slot. So just to give you this as a back information, that's why, in my opinion, I cannot support that proposal at all. Thank you.
Thank you. So if there is no further comment, we will, no, yes.
Hi, Miki Hirai, JSF. Thank you for the comments of being practical, and on the operations side, we completely understand, especially the commercial implications as well. We just wanted to make a point with this proposal that we have to think about the well-being of the volunteers who make the competitions possible. So that's the only point we wanted to make, and we look forward to working with you, Wieland, to finding better ways to ensure the safeguarding for everyone who's involved. So thank you for your comments.
Thank you. Does that mean, from what you mentioned, that you wanted to withdraw, or you keep the proposal as it is? Just for clarification.
I'm sorry, my bosses say we still need to vote on it, so
Okay.
Can we vote on it?
Yes, no, it's okay. I just wanted to clarify. Thank you very much. So you heard the comments. Anything else? So we would be ready for the question. All in favor, please raise the green cards. Opposed, red cards. The proposal, any abstention? Proposal rejected. Thank you. We'll move on to Proposal 178 from the ISU Council related to Rule 350, call to start and for Synchronized Rule 838, Paragraph 1. Any comments? So I guess we're ready for the question. All in favor, please raise the green cards. Yeah, I'd like to see it more obvious sometimes. I know it's early in the morning, but yes, green cards, thank you. Opposed? Red cards? Any abstention? Motion accepted. Proposal 179, Single and Pair Ice Dance and Synchronized Skating Technical Committee related to Rule 351, Paragraph 2 and Rule 839, Paragraph 2. It's to delete and renumber accordingly. So any comments? Ready for the question? All in favor? Green card. Opposed? Any abstention? Motion accepted. Proposal 180 from Singles and Pair Ice Dance and Synchronized Skating Technical Committee related to Rule 353, Paragraph 1M. Any comments? Yes, Fabio Bianchetti.
Yes. So I just would like to explain the reason for that. The component factors is a percentages to balance the total element score with the total component score, having finally approximately the 50% of the weight for both scores. The component factors are strictly related to the scale of value, and these two things should go together. Allowing to include the components factor in the scale of value, ISU communication, give more flexibility and guarantee that all the updating will be balanced immediately.
Any comments? Yes. Technicians? Okay.
Wieland Lüders as the event manager. Just to make clear, that means and allows you to every year change the components. That means every year we can come up with completely new scores, all the record scores which we have in the database, every year we start from zero. Nowadays, fans would like to see records. They want to see who has the highest scores, etc. But now with changing components every year potentially, if you feel in need of, we can basically start every time from zero and really wondering if we need that. Currently, you could change the components every 2 years at the Congress. Isn't this time enough to analyze if it works or not? Do you really have to change it after 1 year only? Do you have enough knowledge after 1 year if it's correct or not? I'm questioning that.
Thank you.
I can reply that the intention is not to change it every year. The intention is that if there is some changes in the scale of value and it is not the year of the Congress, that means that the score will be unbalanced. And the difference to change every year or every second year is not so much, but we are not updating correctly a score in a year in case something can change. So the logic is that these two things, case of value and the components factor, are related and goes together. There is not real logic that one is going in a communication and the other one is going in the rule book. Plus that, if somebody has the fear that the technical committee wanted to modify this every year, and we are doing only because one person or two persons are changing the idea. The scale of value as the components factor will be anyway evaluated by all the committees, all the council, so it's all the ISU body that is involved, including the sport directors, and so it will anyway be a decision altogether. So that's the fact that do not be afraid that these things will change every moment. This is absolutely not what it will be.
Thank you, Fabio. Yes, one more, yes?
Jeroen Prins, Netherlands. I want to express my support for the proposal of the technical committee. In the technical package, we have a change of the number of elements, a change of the contents of the programs. I can feel the need of the technical committee to calibrate the scores, the technical scores and the component scores more frequently than a 2 years interval, which they have now for Congress, and that could be done on a yearly basis. So our support for this proposal.
Thank you for your comment. I guess we heard several comments, so we would be ready for the question. So all in favor? Green cards. Opposed? Any abstention? So we're not totally sure, so we will need to count the people against the proposal, so the red card, so please, what? Okay, we will count everything, sorry. So, okay, we'll do it again, the vote, please. All in favor of this proposal, red card, so we'll do the counting. Green, yeah, green, sorry, green. Okay, opposed, red cards. Abstention, white card. Okay, here's the result of the vote. In favor, 32 votes. Against, 17 votes. Abstention, 2. Motion rejected. Let's move on with proposal 181 from Germany figure related to rule number 353 on violation of tempo. Any comments, please?
Kerstin Kiminus from Germany. Allow me a comment to our proposal. As many speakers the last days announced or recommended, our sport shall become more popular, especially for the fans, for the younger people. Fans know the music, they know the tempo, they know the vocal songs. So therefore, for us, it's not acceptable that the audience has to listen to music which is maybe badly cutted, with increasing or decreasing the tempo to reach key points, for example, in ice dance. Music is the base in figure skating, especially in ice dance, which means that the music has to be cutted properly with the correct tempo. Thank you.
Thank you. Any further comments? Then we'll proceed with the vote. Ready for the question? All in favor? Green cards. Opposed? Red cards. Any abstention? Motion, proposal rejected. We move on to proposal 182 from Netherlands. So it relates to 353, paragraph 1, and related to falls. Yes?
Dear delegates and dear skating community watching us from home, although the current IGS is in operation for 20 years now, there is still room for improvement. This relates mainly to how we value and mark jump elements marked by falls and consequent issues judging components of performances where the skater had multiple falls and/or errors. Issue number 1. If the skater has a takeoff from the wrong edge, we reduce base value and GOE. If the skater has an under-rotated landing, we reduce base value and GOE. If the skater has a fall out of the landing, we only reduce GOE, so that seems inconsistent. Issue number 2. As a fix for programs with 1 or more falls, we reduce the total score by 1 or more points, plus, hopefully, judges would reduce their component marks. But the relative impact of this reduction of 1 point is totally different for a junior girl scoring 60 points than for a senior man scoring 200 points in their program. Plus, the total impact on the score for a jump with a fall is different for single jumps, where you end up effectively in the minus, as you can see in the table, than for a triple or quad jump. The technical committee is now taking away reduction for falls in novice for all elements, but once these kids have to compete juniors, they will be faced with this reduction of 1 point per fall. Plus, they lose the bonus for successfully landed difficult jumps. We see this as a discouragement for young skaters in their transition from novice to junior. Our proposal provides a fix for all these issues, where the base value for a jump with a fall is reduced percentage-wise equally for all jumps, example, 50% base value. And secondly, by taking away the inconsistent reduction for the total score. As you see on the screen, we have also an amended proposal where we put the start date to this from 26-27. We took out ice dance and focused only on jump elements. We also leave the percentage to be reduced from base value up to the technical committee and provide opportunities to put maybe a different type of reduction for falls, maybe clearer guidelines in component reduction. This gives the TC ample time to run simulations, analyze the potential impacts, and come up with the best solution for this towards the next Olympic cycle. I open the floor. I hope we have a good discussion on this, and then after the discussion, we'll decide how we progress with this. Thank you.
Thank you. So what you're proposing right now, it's an amendment, right? What we have on the screen, just to clarify.
I propose that we discuss the proposal as it is and a possible amendment.
Okay, so...
But we'll decide on what we will vote for after the discussion.
So right now we're discussing the main proposal that appears in our agenda. Okay, thank you. Yes?
Wieland Lüders, ISU Event Manager. With all respect, I think the common goal of figure skating, as we heard also in the Vision 2030, is to make our sport more accessible and understandable for the people, for our fans, the viewers, and also for us experts. It becomes, with all these changes, even more complicated and more complicated. And how shall the viewer back home understand anymore all of this? If somebody falls, it's easy. You get a -1 point deduction, no matter where the fall is. How can you explain now to a regular viewer at home, you get a deduction of -1 point if you just fall somewhere, but if you fall after the jump or in the spin, you don't get a deduction. For me, and I think for many other viewers and fans, this becomes completely not understandable. Second of all, we also try to be as similar as possible with our other sports in terms of ice dance, pair skating, synchronized skating. And the main principles of our sport should be the same. But now, if we don't give a 1 point deduction if somebody falls in an element, a jump for example, but in pairs we still do, in ice dance we still do, in synchronized skating we still do, how does it look like? Why the singles has to be different in this respect? And third of all, if you just take this deduction now from the base value, I think, in my opinion, you punish even more the skaters who are trying to go for the difficult elements, because the amount they're losing from that is more than if I just try to go for an easy element. Let's say if I go for the double toe, and I do a double toe very nicely, I get good points, but if I go now for the quad axel and I fall, I'm getting really much punished from that. And I think we want and support to have the more risky elements. We want to see those. We want to have champions who are going for the difficult elements rather than for the simple elements. Thank you.
Thank you. Yes, additional comments?
Yes, Sam Oxer, U.S. Figure. I think this proposal really hurts any type of risk-taking. Why would a skater try a quad axel? But yet, you know, as President Kim said, we had a big uptick in the U.S. and a sellout crowd at our nationals because they came to see spectacular jumps. Why would we pass anything that would take that away and limit it? We're still a sport. We have to allow the ability to continually do new things and try harder elements. And this would really discourage it, so I strongly recommend defeating this. Thank you.
Thank you. Additional comments? Yes?
Tomoko Doi from Japan Skating Federation. We are not in favor of this proposal, and we completely agree with the opinion from Mr. Ruders and also USA. Reducing the base value of jumps by 50% sends out the message that we do not encourage skaters to challenge themselves to more difficult jumps. Why punish them for taking risks? This goes against the advancement of our sports. Thank you.
Thank you. Yes.
Just would like to make a comment. As a technical committee, we discussed about that. We see that there is also some kind of logic or interesting things in this new criteria, but at the moment, without any real study and without knowing what could be the percentages of decreasing, and without any study how it is affected the program, we are not ready to accept this proposal. We can study maybe in the future, but at the moment, we would not be ready to go in favor of this proposal.
Thank you. So I guess we have several comments. We would be ready to vote on the motion, on the proposal. So, ready for the question? All in favor, please raise green cards. Opposed? Any abstention? Proposal rejected. Thank you. Let's move on to Proposal 183 from the United States figure, Rule 353, related to the ISU judging system. Any comments?
Me again, Wieland Dürres, ISU event manager. In principle, I totally understand that proposal. I just want to clarify here how it is written. It's not really clear. It says it's on the screen, but what does it mean, which screen? We understand that's probably the screen of the judges, but I think just to avoid the confusion, we should be clarifying what it is. Second of all, we have still in the rule that you could do judgments also without the judging system, so paper version. So I think we need to keep this in mind. Maybe we can write something in the referee's handbook rather than the rule, but I think you want to say something?
Sam Oxer, US Figure. Looking at the new version of the software, we think that'll be handled in the software, so we withdraw this proposal. Thank you.
Thank you. So proposal 183, withdrawn. Proposal 184 from council. Well, it's drafting matters, so it's already approved. We move on. Proposal 185 from ISU Council related to Rule 378, entries at ISU Championships, paragraph 1. Any comments? Ready for the question? All in favor? Green cards. Getting there. Opposed? Any abstention? Proposal accepted. Now we'll move on to proposals 186 from ISU Council. This is just actually a correction in the wording, basically, so it could have been maybe a drafting matter. It relates to Rule 378, paragraph 5, CII. So, any comments? Ready for the question? All in favor? Opposed? Any abstention? Proposal accepted. Proposal 187 from ISU Council, drafting matter. We move on. It relates to Rule 378, paragraph 5D4. Next, proposal 188 from Austria figure. The entries at ISU Championships, single and pair skating and ice dance, amend accordingly. Any comments? Yes.
Katharina Rauch, Austria Figure. Our proposal seems to be very long, but to make it short, it is about cancelling the change to the qualifying rounds at the World Championships and to stay with the current system. There are different perspectives we can look at World Championships formats or event formats overall. Among them, the perspective of members and athletes, the organizing committees, and the ISU. For all of them, with the change to the qualifying rounds, numerous questions remain open. Who will cover all the additional costs? Instead of making our championships shorter, they will be 2 days longer. Starting on Sunday, arriving on Saturday instead of Tuesday. And how to organize in regards of all the hotel and travel arrangements. Judges need to stay longer. And how will the draw for the judges for the following season be conducted? Which judges will be in the pot to be drawn? We have been convinced of our proposal before arriving to the Congress, but having heard about the Vision 2030 on Monday, including new ideas and concepts for events and event presentation, we are even more convinced that the moment to change the format for the World Championships for the following season is not the right one. It might only stay for a couple of seasons, and then maybe new concepts in regards of the Vision 2030 will be decided. So we look forward to a new concept within the Vision 2030 that will remain and support the modernization of our sport and not changing now to the qualifying rounds and then maybe in 2 seasons to a new format again.
Thank you. Any further comments?
Sam Oxer, U.S. Figure, and obviously we're holding Worlds this year. Tickets still available at www.meetboston.com. Couldn't resist. We agree with Austria. We are prepared to hold the qualifying round, and we have a contribution from the ISU to help cover expenses. But it is a huge burden on the organizing committee and even on the skaters to come in early. They're going to skate in a huge stadium, probably with almost no audience, and we don't think that this is the best approach for qualifying. We're prepared to host it this year, but we think going forward there has to be a better approach to qualifying. Thank you.
Thank you.
Wieland Düders, event manager, figure skating. Obviously, qualifying round from our perspective, we do not support. And I remember the times when we had the qualifying round. It's not something new. It happened already in the past. It's about 10, 12 years ago or something like that. And we are going, instead of forward, we're going backwards to the past. And is this in line with the Vision 2030, which is in the future? I think we need to move on rather than going backwards and trying something out which has proved not to be successful. Otherwise, we would still have it in place. So I strongly recommend to support, to delete the qualifying round again and not have it at the World Championship for many of the reasons which we already heard. 2 days additional for an organizing committee to rent the big venue, for example, TD Garden in Boston, costs a fortune. And nobody has interest in the qualifying round, and neither spectators nor TV. And we still need to make a full TV production of the qualifying round. For whom? So honestly, I do not support a qualifying round, and I hope that you see it similar. Thank you.
Thank you. One more comment? Yeah, please.
Karel Obrecht, Czech Figure Skating Association. So we would like to strongly support the proposal from Austria. We are going to organize Worlds after Boston in 26 in Prague, and we have the same experience like them. It's difficult to have contracts with hotel if you couldn't count how many rooms would you need in which dates and other things. And also from the federation side, I remember the dates, the years when we have qualifying rounds in each championships. It was, I think, in the start of millennium, and it cost us a lot of money without nothing, because we were still unsure if the skater advanced or not. So there was a difficulty to buy the flight tickets back, etc., and also pay the hotels and other things. Maybe this is the things that we were not that discussed deeply when voting in Phuket. So we are strongly support Austria.
Thank you. I think we've heard all the comments. We would be ready for the question, but before we would go with the question, I would like to make everyone aware that for the next the two urgent proposals are going to follow up this proposal. If we accept this proposal, the urgent proposals will become invalid because it's like there's the point 5 of the proposals. I mean, we'll make it that we cannot apply it. So I just wanted, as far as transparency, to tell you that there are some impacts. So now let's go back to our proposal 188. We would be ready for the vote, ready for the question. All in favor of this proposal, please. Green cards. We need to wait. Opposed? Any abstention? Proposal accepted. Thank you. So now, as we had planned, we have the urgent proposal number 17 and the urgent proposal 18, both being the exact same content, so they become now invalid as the proposal 188 was approved. So let's move on with proposal Coffee break, maybe? Yes, okay, so let's do the coffee break. So we'll reconvene in 30 minutes, I believe. So thank you. It's okay. It's going well. Okay? Just before we start again, I would like to mention that it's more of a personal note, actually, something I would like to say. You know, we're here and we make progress for our sports, and I think what I really appreciate is the fact that we can communicate. We can discuss things, and then we can come with solutions. This is something I have at heart, and I think for the benefit of skating and the benefit of our athletes, it means that we are at the right place if we do this. So let's go back just to give you, I will ask maybe Fabio to talk about this. We passed proposals 188, so no more qualifying rounds at Worlds and all that, so that's okay. We had some discussions, you know, during the break. For the next two proposals were urgent proposals, 17 and 18, and we have a solution. So I will let Fabio to give you some details about that. We have found a solution, and I think everything will be fine, and after that, I'll come back. Please, Fabio.
Yes, thank you, Benoit. So the fact that the proposal, urgent proposal 1718 cannot be discussed because they are related to a paragraph 5E that with the proposal of Austria deleting all things does not exist anymore. But the fact is that this proposal was related to have 20 skaters in pair skating in the free final, and it has nothing to do with the qualifying round and so. So the solution can be that we can anyway consider this in Rule 520, paragraph 4, when the last part of these rules is related anyway to the old situation, and deleting this as a drafting matters, we finally got the succeed to have again 20 skaters for the free skating pairs. So we consider this as a drafting matters.
So yes, good. So we found a solution, and I think that's the right one. And from the applause that I hear, I think it's moving forward in the right direction. So thank you very much, Fabio. One other comment.
Benoit, sorry.
Yes, sorry.
Just,
Yes,
Jurjelak ISU Council. Just one note. It's not only on under Rule 520 Para 4, but also under Para 2. So both has to be handled this way.
Thank you, Georgi. One other comment. I have heard that, you know, I think the session is going really well so far as the rhythm. We might have a chance to maybe accomplish a little more than we expected if we're all well organized and then if we do things properly. So just to give you as much time as possible, we are still aiming to finish around 2 o'clock. We might take another short break around 12:30, but depending on where we'll be, who knows? If it goes really well, maybe we might even advance and almost finish everything today. I don't know, but you know, I don't want to say that we need to rush on any proposals, but if we could keep the rhythm, there could be a possibility that we would discuss the technical rules today. So it's only a wish, and I heard it from people, so let's be concentrated and let's move on, but at least you know you will have a health break at 12:30, a short break of 10 minutes, and then we'll move on. Are you okay with this? No? Yes? Okay, right. Okay. So now it takes us to Proposal 189, which is drafting matters, so we move on with this one. It's going to be looked after. We go to Proposal 190 from Canada Figure related to Rule 402, Paragraph 1G. J, sorry. Any comments? Any questions? So I will ask for the question. Ready for the question? All in favor? Green card. Opposed? Any abstention? Motion accepted. We now move on to Proposals 191. It's a correction of rule. There was a correction of rule, a number there concerned the Proposal 191. Also, it impact the Proposal 272 for Synchro. So just to give you the heads up. So any comments on this one? Ready for the question? All in favor? Opposed? Any abstention? Motion accepted. So now we have accepted the July 1st being the date, the famous date. So from now on, in this case, it will become drafting for any subsequent proposal referring to June 30th. It will always be July 1st. Agreed? Okay. Move on to proposal 192, which is a drafting matter. We move on. We're going to go now to proposal 193 from Canada Figure related to Rule 411, paragraph 9A and B. Yes? Comment?
Karen Butcher, Canada. After consultations with the technical committees and other members, we withdraw this proposal.
Thank you. So proposal 193 withdrawn. 193. Yeah, okay. Good. Let's go to proposal 194 from Canada Figure, also relates to proposal 273 from Synchro. And it's rule 412 to 416, paragraph 1A, 2A, 3A, and 4A. Any comments? Ready for the question? All in favor? Opposed? Any abstention? Motion accepted. Proposal 195, Canada Figure, also relates to proposal 274 from Synchro. It's a drafting matter. So we move on. Yes? It takes us to proposal 197 from Single and Pair Ice Dance Synchronized Skating Technical Committee. Any comment? Yes, Fabio?
No, this proposal is also related to several other proposals, are all the same, but it is also proposal 200, 208, 210, and 214. And all these proposals are related to the seminars requirements for reappointment or for the exam. And there is really nothing really new, just the fact that we are making more clear everything about that was quite complicated to read in the line what was the requirements. So to make it clear what you need when you have to do an exam, what you need when you have to do the reappointment, and what can you use, so the validity of the seminar. Plus that, we wanted to change that the seminar in presence have a validity longer than anything done online. So we proposed that the seminar made in presence are valid for 4 seasons, for reappointment and for promotion, and not only 2 seasons like it is today. Because we thought that it's important to go in this seminar, but it is also important to give credit to this seminar for the judges and all the officials. There are also a couple of amendments on these proposals. One, it is that it was added the word successfully, just because to make it clear that when you do the test online, it should be successfully completed. And there was a couple of points in which there was taping errors. So there was one, yes, okay, come later, okay.
Yeah, we'll do them one by one. So, from what I understand, this is an amendment with the word, where we see the word successfully, so you see it on the screen. So what we will do first, we will vote on this amendment, on the proposal on this amendment. So I will ask if you have any question, and ready for the question. We vote now on the amendment as we see on the screen. Ready for the question? All in favor? Opposed? Any abstention? Motion, proposal amendment, amendments accepted. Now we're going to vote, as we have to do. We will vote on the main motion as amended, including these changes. So now, if you're ready, do we need to? Yeah. Ready for the question? All in favor? Opposed? Any abstention? Proposal accepted as amended. Okay. So now we're going to move on to proposal 198 from Canada Figure, which is a drafting matter. So we can move on with this one. Takes us to proposal 199, single and pair ice dance and synchronized skating technical committee, related to Rule 413, paragraph 1A, and Rule 903, paragraph 1A. Any comments?
Lise Røsto Jensen, Norway. We want to ask for an amendment on proposal 199, and it's on your tables, and also now on the screen. We strongly believe that we need to keep 24 as the lowest age for new international judges. To judge an international competition, you need not only to pass an exam, but you also need experience in advance. Athletes develop step by step, and judges also develop skills and experience step by step. You can officiate as a judge at a senior Grand Prix event, or for example, Nebelhorn Trophy, that's an Olympic qualifying event, as an international judge, and we believe that 24 is young enough with the pressure and level of skating that is performed at such events. We know that there are challenges to recruit judges, but we still believe that quality and experience need to be the first priority when we're educating new judges. With this in mind, we ask for your support on this amendment. Thank you.
Thank you. So now we have an amendment proposed by Norway. If I don't, yes, yes, please.
Sean Redstad, Iceland's Technical Committee. We oppose the amendment because the purpose of this is to actually be more inclusive for the officials that want to come into the sport directly out of their competitive career. This age is irrelevant when we're dealing with the actual ability of the person. It's not about their age, it's about do they have the skill level, the knowledge, and the ability to serve as a judge in this role. They would still need to go through their system in their own country, and most importantly, through Frankfurt to actually pass the exam to become an international judge. If they are able to do that at 21, that's fantastic. Some people at 45 cannot do it. And so age is irrelevant. It's all about the ability of the person, and we do feel that 21 is an acceptable age to start this process.
Thank you. Okay, now we have what we will do, since we have an amendment proposed by a member that is different than the one from the technical committee. What we will do now, we will vote to decide which of the two will have more votes to vote finally for the one that we will decide. So the first thing we have to do is I will ask you to vote. We have an amendment that was done from Norway. So that would be, I would say, proposal A, which will be related to green cards, okay? If you're in favor of the one that has been proposed by Norway, you will raise the green cards. For the original proposal that was made from the technical committees, it will be the red cards, okay? So it will be the B proposal, and we will, if you choose B, or you have to choose between B or A, and then this is gonna be the red cards. I told you, there's always some original ways to do these voting, so I'm learning also as we come along. So are you clear with the procedures? Now we're going to vote to decide which of the two is the most popular or the best one for the sport, okay? So proposal A, the one amended by Norway, or proposal B, the original one, meaning with the red cards for the one from the technical committee. So you have to make a choice. All set? Let's try this. I would say, ready for the question? All in favor of proposal A, which is the amended versions from Norway, please raise the green cards. Green. And we'll make the count, of course. Okay, thank you. Now, people. Now, for people who are in favor, who choose the amendment proposed by the technical committee, you will now raise the red card. Okay? So let's start with this. Let's go with this. So people voting wanted to choose the amended proposal from the technical committee, please raise your red card. Now, thank you. We'll do the count. Which is the one you know. Ah, vraiment, stop. Okay. So the one who voted for Norway, for the amended proposal from Norway, got 30 votes. Sorry, 31 votes. And the one from the technical committee, 24. So the winner is the Norway proposal from Norway. So now we will vote on this amended proposal, which is the one from Norway. So now I will have to ask you the question if you are in favor or against this proposal. We have eliminated the one from the technical committee. It's only related to the proposal, the amended proposal from Norway as presented earlier. Ready for the question? All in favor? If you're in favor, green cards. Opposed? Any abstention? Proposal accepted. Thank you. We move on to proposal 200. Okay. From Singles and Pairs Ice Dance and Synchronized Skating Technical Committee, related to Rule 413, paragraph 1, 2, 3, 4C, and Rule 903, paragraphs 1, 2, 3, 4, for the specific requirements for nominations and appointment of judges. Any comments? We have some amendments on this one. So yes. We have yeah. So here's an amendment to this proposal from the technical committee.
Yeah, because there was a typing mistake when it was prepared the proposal. So it is 4 seasons, logically like all the other. It was not logical for judges to have only 2 seasons. And also at the end there was a referee instead of judges. It's clearly a typing mistake because it was related to the rule for the judges and not for the referee. So just to clarify.
So we will vote now on this amended version. Oh, there's another, okay. Yes. So now we vote, okay. So now we will vote on the amended, on the amendments that were proposed. Ready for the question? All in favor? Green cards. Opposed? Any abstention? Motion, proposals accepted. Now we're going to vote on the main motion as amended. Okay, ready for the question? All in favor? Opposed? Any abstention? Proposal accepted as amended. We move on to proposal 201 from Canada Figure that also includes proposal 276 from Synchronized Skating. It's from Canada, yes?
Canada, yep. Canada. We apologize if the chart on the tables confused anyone. This is not meant to be in the rule book. This was simply meant for our purposes to show that the change is simply for clarity and to align the number of months of service. And the same rationale is for 202, 276, and 277.
So the chart applies for those three proposals. Okay, we'll go one. Yes. Okay. Yes. So thank you for the information. Any question? Yes, please.
Yes. Technical Committee, Single and Pair, Yukiko Kabe. We are in favor of this proposal because having 48 months as the service requirements for first appointment ISU judge is consistent with the ISU referee, technical controller, and then technical specialist, and also leads to simplicity of the system. And also 48 months will ensure that the many aspiring ISU judges will have ample time to meet the requirement of services. Thank you.
Thank you for the clarification. So we're ready for the question. Yes?
Just to clarify that the technical committee spoke about this and we would support this proposal as well.
Thank you very much. So ready for the question to proposal 201. All in favor? Show green cards. Opposed? Any abstention? Proposal accepted. Let's move on to proposal 202 from Canada Figure that also includes the 277 synchronized skating. I think we got the information as well. So if you're, yes, please.
Yes, Lena Laaksonen, Single and Pair Skating Technical Committee. We support Canada proposal. It's giving additional season to complete the service requirements for the specialists, controllers and data operators. And yes, we are in favor for this proposal.
Thank you. So ready for the question? All in favor? Green cards. Opposed? Red. Any abstention? Proposal accepted. We move on to proposal 203 from Canada Figure. Yes, we have a comment.
And Butcher, Canada, we withdraw this proposal in favor of proposal 207.
Thank you. So proposal 203 from Canada Figure is withdrawn. We move on to proposal 204 from Japan related to Rule 414, paragraph 3. Yes, comments?
Tomoko Doi from Japan Skating Federation, and we will withdraw with this proposal in favor of proposal 207.
Thank you. So proposal 204 from Japan is withdrawn. Proposal 205 from Netherlands related to Rule 414, paragraph 3b, special requirements for nominations of appointment of ISU technical controllers. Question? Yes, comments?
Jeroen Prins, Netherlands. It's basically that we don't feel it's necessary that you are an ISU judge when you are moving from international controller to ISU controller. That's the only change that we are proposing here.
Thank you for your comment. Yes, additional comment?
Yes, Petra Tyrbo from the Synchronized Skating Committee. We just want to say that we are in favor of this proposal and we want to be added for synchronized skating, so Rule 904.
Okay. That's okay. Another comment? Yes, please.
Emily Below, Single and Pair Technical Committee. We also support this proposal.
Thank you.
Benoit.
Yes, any comment?
And ISTAN supports this proposal as well.
I have a good feeling for the vote this time. I don't know why. Okay, so ready for the question? All in favor? Opposed? Any abstention? I was right. Proposal accepted. Thank you very much. We move on to proposal 206, Single and Pair Ice Dance and Synchronized Skating Technical Committee, related to 414, paragraph 3, Rules 904, paragraph 3. Any comments? Ready for the question? All in favor? Opposed? Any abstention? Proposal accepted. We move on to Proposal 207, Single and Pair Ice Dance and Synchronized Skating Technical Committee. Is there any? Yes.
No, just very quickly, it's just this proposal to make easier from specialists or controllers that are RSU in one disciplines, like pairs, for example, to become ISU, also technical controller or specialists in singles. So we are shortening the time. We ask only 2 seasons and not 4 seasons like it is in the rule book. So to make it easier, because the 2 disciplines are very similar, and we thought that all the procedures are the same, so it will be logic in a way to make for these people, only for these people, shorter time.
Thank you for the clarification. Yes, comments? Yes, please.
Troy Goldstein, United States Figures. With respect to going from one discipline to the other, going from pairs to singles, I think could be possible. But as pairs is a very different discipline and requires experience and understanding, I am a little concerned about that movement between disciplines from the singles discipline to the pairs discipline without the time, the knowledge base, the information, and the understanding.
Thank you for your comment. Any additional comment? Ready for the question? All in favor? Please raise the red. Yes, yellow, no yellow, green cards. Anyone opposed? Any abstention? Okay, I think we'll go with we'll count the vote. So we'll do it again, please bear with me. So I'm asking the question again for Proposal 207. All in favor, please raise your green card. We'll do the count. Oh, did we have comments? Where? Sorry, I missed it. Where is it? Oh, it's you. Okay, sorry. Who's this?
I just asked
okay, sorry, yes.
If there is an amendment that Troy proposed, but there is no.
No, just to clarify, thank you for the question. It's not an amendment, it was a comment from the US. So now we're only on the voting. So again, all in favor of this proposal 207 as presented, green cards. And we'll do the count. Yeah, don't be afraid to move. It's easier for them. They're going to be in top shape at the end of this meeting, I can tell you, those guys. Okay. Opposed to this proposal, red cards. Okay, any abstention? White card. The result, In favor, we had 21 votes. Against 18, is it 18 or 20? 28, sorry. 28, so I'll say it again. In favor of the proposal, 21. Against the proposal, 28. And abstention, 5. So proposal is rejected. We go to proposal 208 from Single and Pair Ice Dance and Synchronized Skating Technical Committee, related to Rule 414, paragraph, again, 1, 2, 3, 4, 4, and 904, paragraph 1, 2, 3, 4 as well. Any comments? No? Ready for the question? All in favor? Opposed? Any abstention? Proposal accepted. Proposal 209 from Canada Figure. It includes also proposal 278 from Synchro, related to Rule 415, paragraph 1A, age for first appointment of international technical specialist. Any comments? Yes?
Because proposal 199 was accepted as amended, we would like to switch to the other amendment that we're suggesting. So not the age with 21, because
We don't have it on the screen, but it will be drafting.
it will be drafting.
We understand that 24 is the one you voted for, but then
Patricia, it would be option 2 that we'd put
Yes.
forward, not option 1 for the amendments.
Okay, yes, okay. You have the paper in front of you. It's only that we wanted to go one up because you had 2 options, remember? So it's on your paper. It's related to option number 2. So don't read the option number 1. Go with option number 2 because from what we have passed earlier, is that
Yes.
correct?
Option number 2 keeps the age at 24, as was agreed to in proposal 199.
Yes, comments?
No,
Fabio?
for what I am understanding, the proposal for judges was 21, but it was rejected, so it remained 24. Canada, thinking about the proposal of 21, wanted to be in line with also with the specialist proposing 21. And now it's not logical to go to 21 for the specialist and not 20 and 24 for the judges, because it should be theoretically the same. So the amendment is no logic anymore.
But objectively, you would propose to vote only on the amendment for 416, correct?
All we are looking for is the amendment would now simply change the age to go to from 70 down to 60 for the maximum age. And the minimum age does not change. It remains as 24 as we agreed to in proposal 199.
So it's the 60.
It's the
60, yeah.
Is the
That's the
amendment
amendment, yeah. Okay.
And then we would take it, right now all we're changing is we will take out the reference to 416 and 906, which was for the data and replay operators.
Okay, hold on.
Yeah, we said
199 with Norway went up to 65.
yeah. No, we didn't.
It didn't? I thought they voted. It's the Norway proposal. Yeah. But
So stay 60. If the people stay 60 and not.
just one, the Norway. Yeah. But that was the same for 199 for first appointment. 199.
So it's really, yes, Karen?
I'll try one more time. Proposal 209, our suggested proposal would be to change the, would read, have reached the age of 24, but not the age of 60 before July 1st. So it clarifies the maximum age. Our amendment is only to remove the change to Rule 416, which applies to data and replay operators. So the first vote would simply be to take out the reference to Rule 416, and if that is accepted, then we would vote on Proposal 209 to have the maximum age be 60.
Okay, yes. That's correct? Okay. So we will now vote on the amendment as proposed now from Canada. Only on the amendment, right? Okay. So, is it clear? Yes? All in favor of this? Green card? Mm-hmm. Opposed? Any abstention? The amendment is accepted. Now we will vote on the main motion as amended. All in favor? Opposed? Any abstention? Proposal amended, accepted. Okay. We move on to Proposal 210 from Single and Pair Ice Dance and Synchronized Skating Technical Committee, related to Rule 415, paragraphs 1, 2, 3, 4, and Rule 905, paragraph 1, 2, 3, and 4. Any comments? Ready for the question? All in favor? Green cards. Opposed? Any abstention? Proposal accepted. Proposal 211 from Japan, related to Rule 415, paragraph 3. Any comments? Yes? Take your time, take your time.
Tomoko Doi from Japan Skating Federation. We withdraw with our proposal in favor of Proposal 213. Thank you.
So Proposal 211 is withdrawn. We move on to Proposal 212 from Single and Pair Ice Dance and Synchronized Skating Technical Committee, related to Rule 415, paragraph 3, and Rule 905, paragraph 3. Any comments? Ready for the question? All in favor? Opposed? Any abstention? Proposal accepted. Proposal 213 from Single and Pair Ice Dance and Synchronized Skating. Yes, comments? Yes.
Yeah. No, so because the proposal 207, that it was related to the technical controller, has not passed, now this it was absolutely the same related to the technical specialist. So the logic is that we keep the same kind of rules. So in my opinion, but I want to ask also my colleagues, we have to withdraw the proposal as well, because otherwise we can have an easier way if you are a specialist than a controller. But the logic to not to pass the other one should be valid also for this one, in my opinion. Yeah.
That would be consistent.
Yeah, okay, because it's
okay.
for
so you withdraw. So proposal
like withdraw.
213 is withdrawn. Proposal 214 from Single Pair and Ice Dance and Synchronized Skating Technical Committee, related to Rule 417 and Rule 907. Singles and pairs, any comments?
Same as all the others. The chart is. Okay. No, this, so it is the same like what we have voted till now, just at the end that we will add a chart that is quite complicated to read and to understand, but that makes theoretically in one chart all the requirements that you need for if you are an exam for if you have an official for the recertification, or if you need to take an exam, what are the seminar valid to take the exam and how many years before the exam are still valid. So it's just a chart to to summarize what it is written in the rule. So there is nothing new here. It's just to have a easier way to see. Yeah, it is an amendment because the format and also the wording was a little bit changed respect the previous rule. So in the format we found a way to do it more modern and more visible than the chart that was presented that somebody says a little bit old style. So this is new style.
So this is an amendment, so we will vote on this part first. So for this amendment, anyone ready for the question? All in favor? Clarification of the chart, yes. Opposed? Any abstention? Proposal, the amendment is accepted. Now we're going to move to the main motion as amended. So ready for the question? All in favor? Green cards. Opposed? Any abstention? Proposal amended, accepted. We move on to proposal 215, drafting. So we move on to now proposal 216 from ISU Council. Now it becomes, we can mention this, I think. It becomes drafting because it's related to the proposal 61 that was approved in the main meeting. So that's correct. So it becomes drafting. We move on to the next one. 217 from Japan, and it will also imply for the rule 2920. So, Philip, I think you want to say something. I can feel it.
No, it's just, yes, you want to be included in the rule. Yeah.
Okay. So, any question, any comments? Ready for the question? Sorry, I didn't. Sorry.
Alperuka. Hello.
Yeah.
ISTANS Technical Committee Alperuka. We are also in favor on this proposal, and I would like to suggest for the future ISU events, consider the budget to have iPad or electronics for the contacts for the officials. ISU for continents, ISU Europeans, or ISU Worlds. That will be for the 3 iPads for the panel, and that will be closed, so the contacts will be inside, and I think it's a very good vision for 2030 to using the electronics. Thank you.
Thank you. Any further comments on this? Ready for the question? All in favor? Opposed? Any abstention? Proposal accepted. We move on to proposal 218 from United States. Comments? Yes?
Troy Goldstein, United States Figure Skating. We have already addressed this, and therefore we withdraw this proposal.
Thank you. So proposal 218 from United States Figure, withdrawn. Proposal 219 from Finland Figure. Any comment? Yes?
As soon as the microphone works, Mr. Vice President Tarja Ristanen, Finland Figure, we withdraw 219 and 220 as a consequence of Council proposal 216 and previous ones.
Thank you very much. So proposal 219 from Finland is withdrawn, and we move on to 220. Also, as you mentioned, proposal is withdrawn as well. Consequently, yes, references to proposal 280 and 281 will now be become invalid. Are they withdrawn? Yes. Okay, that's yeah, for synchro at the same time. Yes, it's clear. Proposal 221 from the ISU Council related to Rule 440, paragraph 2D, and Rule 930, paragraph 2D. Any comments? Ready for the question? All in favor? Opposed? Any abstention? Proposal accepted. Proposal 222 from ISU Council related to Rule 440, paragraph 2, and Rule 930, paragraph 2E. Any comments? Ready for the question? All in favor? Opposed? Any abstention? Proposal accepted. Proposal 223 from ISU Council related to Rule 440, paragraph 4D, and Rule 930, paragraph 3D. Any question? Any comments? Ready for the question? All in favor? Opposed? Any abstention? Proposal accepted. Proposal 224 from ISU Council related as well from Rule 440, paragraph 6, and Rule 930, paragraph 5. Any comments? Ready for the question? All in favor? Green cards. Opposed? Any abstention? Proposal accepted. Proposal 225 from ISU Council. Rule 440, paragraph 10, paragraph A, B, C, and Rule 930, paragraph 9, A, B, C. Any comments? Yes, please, yes.
Thank you, Mami Maeda from Japan. We are in favor of making changes to Rule 440. We hope this will lead to each official working with even higher ethical standards. And in the future, the education on code of ethics will become increasingly important. And since the officials consist of people with diverse background, it is important to spend ample time at initial judges meeting, at competitions, and at seminars, so the code of ethics could be well understood. And these efforts will support officials, including technical panels, not to be punished for taking wrong actions due to their lack of understanding. And lastly, ISU already have excellent e-learning course on the code of ethics. And it would be nice to see more online courses like this one so that officials can keep updating their knowledge on a regular basis. Thank you.
Thank you very much for your comments. Yes, we will take in consideration your comments, yes, for sure. Any additional comments? Ready for the question? All in favor? Opposed? Any abstention? Proposal accepted. So, thank you. I think we finished the... Yeah, okay, so we move on to, let's say, singles and the special regulations. Okay, now we'll move to section E of the agenda with special regulations of synchronized skating. So that takes us to to Proposal 256 from Synchronized Skating Technical Committee. Okay? Because we want to do all the special regulations together. So any comments? Ready for the question? All in favor? Please raise green card. Opposed? Any abstention? Proposal accepted. Proposal 257 from Synchronized Skating Technical Committee, Rule 800, Paragraph 2A. Comments?
Yes, Ida Hellström from the Synchronized Skating Technical Committee. We would like to explain this proposal since it has caused some discussion. And first of all, we would like to point out that this is for the benefit of our teams, our organizing committees, and also our officials. Most importantly, the teams have been suffering from the fact that we had many cancelled events, especially last season due to lack of participants, and having the opportunity to combine these two categories will hopefully solve that issue. Especially in our discipline, since it's team sport, the costs of a late cancellation can be very significant for our athletes, and we all know that that is something we want to keep in control. Also for the organizing committees, they put in a lot of work to organize the event, and having to cancel at last minute is burdensome for them. And also for our officials who need the activity and may be counting on getting that one event, and when it is cancelled, they are also in trouble. So we see lots of benefits here. We would also like to point out that having this combined category is not the first choice for organizing committees. It is only an option in case they found out that the number of entries would be too small to gain the international competition status and therefore the world ranking, world standing points. And it is similar to what we already have in place for juniors and advanced novice. So we hope that the members could support this. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments. Any additional comment? Yes, please.
Yeah. Chris Buchanan, Great Britain. We fully support the proposal from the Synchronized Skating Technical Committee about the combination and the reason for bringing the two groups together. However, we would ask that we add wording to say that the world ranking points would only be awarded to senior teams. Otherwise, you will be disadvantaging those teams when it comes to the draw for the World Championships.
Okay, so I can answer to Chris. So for the points, it will be written in the communication that will be published. So I don't think we need to put that inside our regulation. I think the communication for world ranking and world standing is enough. So we will discuss with that.
Thank you.
Does that answer your concern? Yes?
Yes, thank you.
Okay.
I just want to make sure that...
Yes, so we don't need, yes, it will be through a communication. Thank you. Yes, further comments?
Yes, Mr. Vice President Jouko Pitkänen from Finnish Federation. So during the last season, that was actually a very big issue for the athletes and for the teams, those cancelled competitions, and teams got really substantial financial losses because of that one. So we fully support the proposal made from the technical committee.
Thank you. Additional comments? Yes, please.
Yes. Natalie Hello? Yeah.
Yes.
Natalie Lindqvist, Athletes Commission. From Athletes Commission, we also support this proposal. It takes time, planning, resources, money, everything. So this is a good option and opportunity for the teams for the coming seasons. Thank you.
Thank you. So now we'll go for the voting. Proposal 257. Ready for the question? All in favor? Green cards. Opposed? Red. Any abstention? Proposal accepted. Proposal 258 from Synchronized Skating Technical Committee related to Rule 800, Paragraph 2H. Any comments? Ready for the question? All in favor? Green. Opposed? Any abstention? Proposal accepted. Proposal 259 from United States figure. Comments? Yes.
Sam Auksher, U.S. figure. This proposal was developed in order to increase access to synchronized skating competitions to help overcome the huge cost of sending teams across the world to participate, and also to perhaps facilitate developing countries to participate in synchro as well. However, we've only been able to do limited testing, so we're not prepared to move forward at this time. We hope to be back in 2 years, so we withdraw. Thank you.
Thank you. So proposal 259 from United States figure withdrawn. Proposal 260, Synchronized Skating Technical Committee, Rule 816, Paragraph 1B. Any comments? Ready for the question? All in favor? Green cards. Opposed? Any abstention? Proposal accepted. Proposal 261 from Canada figure, which is the same as 262. Yeah.
Canada withdraws in favor of Proposal 262.
That makes sense. Thank you very much. So Proposal 261 from Canada figure withdrawn. Proposal 262 from Synchronized Skating Technical Committee related to Rule 830, Paragraph 4. Any comments? Ready for the question? All in favor? Opposed? Any abstention? Proposal accepted. Proposal 263 from Canada figure. So, yeah, microphone. So, yes.
Canada withdraws in favor of Proposal 264.
So, Proposal 263 from Canada figure withdrawn. We go to Proposal 264 from the Synchronized Skating Technical Committee related to Rule 830, Paragraph 5. Any comments? Ready for the question? All in favor? Green cards. Opposed? Any abstention? Proposal accepted. Proposal 265 from Synchronized Skating Technical Committee related to Rule 834. Any comments? Ready for the question? All in favor? Opposed? Any abstention? Proposal accepted. Proposal 266 from Synchronized Skating Technical Committee related to Rule 838, Paragraph 3. Any comments? Ready for the question? All in favor? Green cards. Opposed? Any abstention? Proposal carried. Accepted. Proposal 267 from Synchronized Skating Technical Committee related to Rule 843, Paragraph 1B. Any comments? Ready for the question? All in favor? Opposed? Any abstention? Proposal accepted. Proposal 268 from Synchronized Skating Technical Committee related to Rule 843, Paragraph 1M. Any comments? Ready for the question? All in favor? Opposed? Any abstention? Proposal carried. Proposal 269 from Synchronized Skating Technical Committee, related to Rule 358. Any comments? Ready for the question? All in favor? Opposed? Any abstention? Proposal accepted. Proposal 270 from Synchronized Skating Technical Committee, related to Rule 867. Any comments? Ready for the question? All in favor? Opposed? Any abstention? Proposal accepted. We then move on to Proposal 271 from Synchronized Skating Technical Committee. Yes, please, go ahead. Comments?
Yep, okay. So Ida Hellström, Synchronized Skating Technical Committee. We would like to point out that this is a big change for our sport to introduce the... Hello, okay. So here we go. So this is a big change for our sport, but it's also a natural step forward. We're the youngest discipline within the figure skating branch, and we need to keep taking those steps to develop our sport, and this is one of those. Also to harmonize with the other disciplines who have had this rule for a long time already, and it's proven to be very efficient. It raises the level of the championships even further, which is of course what we always want to do. And on top of that, it will be one more way to showcase to our athletes how much we respect their efforts and their skills, and to give these championships the respect it deserves. So thank you.
Yes, please. Next comment.
Chris Buchanan, Great Britain. I raised the matter of having the minimum score at an ISU event, which was listed, and we note from the amendment that was tabled by the committee that you've included this, and we are fully supportive of that amendment. Thank you.
So we have an amendment for this proposal, I understand, yes? Okay. It's a slight little word, so maybe, Philippe, do you want to give an explanation, or it's pretty straightforward?
I don't have to give a lot of explanation. I think to harmonize also with the other discipline, we will take the combined total element score.
That's it.
And that's it.
So consistency, okay.
Yeah, thank you.
So we're clear, we're going to vote on the amendment that is proposed that we see on the screen. Ready for the question? All in favor? Opposed? Any abstention? Amendment accepted. So now we will vote on the main proposal as amended. So, ready for the question? All in favor? Opposed? Any abstention? Proposal accepted. Then we move on to Proposal 272 from Canada Figure, but it was voted on the Proposal 199, so we don't need to vote. Right? Yes, it was voted on Proposal 191, so that's the, so it's done. So. What? Yeah, it's accepted, yes, okay. So we can move on? Perfect. Proposal 273 from Canada Figure, I think it's the same situation. It's already voted under 194, I believe. Okay, so we move on. We go to 274 from Canada Figure, which is a drafting matter, so we just move on. Then we go to Proposal 275 from Synchronized Skating Technical Committee with Rule 903. Any comments?
can make the comments. I think so. We keep the 21, and for us it was just an harmonization with the 60 years old, because we still had the 70 in our rule book, or 50. Sorry, 50. So now it's harmonization with 60. That is okay.
Okay. Any question? Yes, please. Yes, yeah.
Chris Buchanan, Great
yes,
Britain. If this rule is accepted at 21, it will be inconsistent with the other disciplines where 24 was accepted.
Good.
Yes, no. We want to have only the harmonization of 50 to 60.
Just wanted to be clear.
We keep it with 24 with the other discipline with the same people. Okay, it's drafting now.
Yeah, I'm sorry, I should have mentioned it. That would have been simpler. So, but yes, for harmonization and all that. So, any further comments on this proposal? Ready for the question? All in favor? Opposed? Any abstention? Proposal accepted. Proposal 276 from Canada Figure. We already voted under, I think, 201? 201, so we can move on. Same thing with proposal 277 from Canada Figure. It's already been voted under 202, I think, is it? Okay. So we move on. That takes us to proposal 278 with Canada Figure. Same thing, already voted under 209. Okay. We move on to proposal 279 from the Synchronized Skating Technical Committee related to Rule 910 for the harmonization with other disciplines. So any comments? Ready for the question? All in favor? Opposed? Any abstention? Proposal accepted. We'll move on to proposal 280 from Finland Figure. Yes.
Mr. Vice President, Tarja Ristanen, Finland Figure. Again, as a consequence of Council Proposal 216, we withdraw these two proposals, this one and the following one.
Thank you. So proposal 280 from Finland Figure is withdrawn. And she says the following, 281? Then, as well as proposal 281 would be withdrawn, correct? Yes. Thank you very much. We move on to proposal 282 from Synchronized Skating Technical Committee related to Rule 921, to renumber the paragraph as follows, as we've seen there. So any comments? Ready for the question? All in favor? Opposed? Any abstention? Proposal accepted. We move on to proposal 283 from Synchronized Skating Technical Committee related to Rule 930. Again, it's for harmonization, I understand. Any comments? Ready for the question? All in favor? Opposed? Any abstention? Proposal accepted. We move on to proposal 284, Synchronized Skating Technical Committee, again related to Rule 930, paragraph 9A. Same as 440. Any comments? Ready for the question? All in favor? Opposed? Any abstention? Motion accepted. I think we deserve a little break. So thank you so much. So far, so good. It was amazing. You were quite efficient. So we'll take a 10 minutes break. 15 minutes break? Okay, yeah, we'll accept this. 15-minute breaks, and we'll reconvene, and we'll move on to the next section. Thank you very much. Okay. So now, thank you for bearing with us. We will go now to item number 10, which is the report by the chairs of the Single and Pairs Technical Committee, Ice Dance and Synchronized Skating Technical Committees, concerning any amendments to the technical rules for singles and pairs skating, ice dance, and synchronized skating, following the workshops that we had on Monday. That's correct? So we will go one committee after the other. We will start with the Single and Pair Technical Committee. Fabio?
Yeah. Okay, so after the workshop, we had made some amendments. Some amendments was already showed before the workshop, and it is what it is highlighted in yellow. So it was just mainly clarification for the wording. So this is the definition, new definition of the jump combination and jump sequence, and it is added a couple of words to be more clear. Then something new, but again to be more clear, is that the choreographic spin must have a minimum of 3 consecutive revolutions. That was not written before, and also that the technical panel identify the choreo spin, and it will be confirmed once the 3 consecutive revolution has been completed. Just to clarify what it is the work of the technical panel, and after what will be the work of the judges that was already written. Here there is nothing new, respect what was presented, just was added choreographic pair lift, that it was, but it was also already presented in this way at the workshop. And also here there is no others changes. There was again small changes related to the choreographic pair lift, that it was written the last performed in case it is not identified which one is the choreo lift. It's better to put the third, just to, because the logic is to do this. If there is only 2 lifts, it's, the 2 lifts can be with level, logically. Again, the same wording for the choreo per spin. So adding the 3 consecutive revolution. And after we put it back, the definition of the choreo sequence is nothing changes what it was in the rule book. We thought to take it out, but because we still have this in a novice, and it is better to keep it the definition in the rule book so the people knows what are we talking about. That's all for the technical rule.
Thank you, Fabio. So, do we need to We have for the urgent proposal, thank you, Fabio. I think just to remind everybody, we're talking about the technical rules, okay, that related to the singles and pairs. And then we have also to add, we had an urgent proposal number 19 that is only a slight change as well, which is the, you have it on your table, I think, with the paper. So we need to vote on this, right? No, this is included. Okay, it's an information. The paper, it's urgent proposal number 19, and from ISU Council. So it's just as an information. So I wanted to make sure that everybody had that, and then they could relate to this. Perfect. Now I will ask the next technical committee, maybe Ice Dance Technical Committee, report on the following the workshop. If you have anything to add.
No, we had no further amendments.
So okay. And Philip, with the Synchronized Technical Committee?
In synchronized skating, we have no amendments.
Okay. So now, following the workshops, and with this session here today, we are going to discuss, we have 3 packages. Remember, we mentioned it in the workshop. We're going to vote this as packages. We don't have to vote the packages. You know, according to the rules, they're already there. So we're going to go package by package because now we're going to look at if there is any objection related to each of the package. So the first one that we will discuss, and I will explain to you what is the impact of the objections. Okay, so, sorry. We have to do the, with the section B with the technical rules, singles and pairs, skating, ice dance, general technical rules in singles and pairs, skating and ice dance. Before we go specifically into the technical rules, we have to deal with these proposals that you have in the section B of the agenda. Sorry about this, yes, just to complete what we have done. So we have to vote. We look at the proposal now, 226 from the Ice Dance Technical Committee, which relates to Rule 504, Paragraph 2. Oh, they're in the package, okay. Okay, so we vote, the package from 226 to 233, yes. Including urgent matter 19 that we just discussed earlier. So, okay, thank you, okay. So we vote on this, yes?
I just want to be sure that the urgent matter also includes synchronized skating, or we will have to do an harmonization in 2 years. So,
that includes, yes, that includes synchronized skating. So, okay. Yes. So with this package that we're discussing, I'm asking if members have any objections on the proposal that we discussed that we have in front of you now in this package. Do we have any objection on any of these proposals that are there? Okay. So, yes. Oh, yes.
Chair, excuse
yes.
me, I just wanted to clarify. If we object to one of those proposals in the package, it means that we have to vote down nay to the whole package, right?
No. Well, let me explain to you how it will work with the famous objections that we're talking about since the beginning of the week. Let's take any situation like an hypothesis that we say something that is just as an example, okay? Let's say we have a package of proposal 1 to 10, okay? We have a package of 10 proposals. Let's say that a member decides to object to proposal number 3, as an example. So what will happen, we will take proposal number 3 out of the package for a moment, and then we will vote if the members vote with a simple majority to say, do we agree as the whole group to object and to take it out? Meaning that now when it's time to do the cards, if we go with the objection, okay, if you vote green, like being in favor of the objections, it means that you all agree to take it out of the package. Meaning that once it's out of the package with the green cards, it means that it's over. We cannot amend anything. That proposal is out of the package, forever, gone, bye-bye. Then, if you vote to keep it, meaning that you do not accept the objection, you will vote red, which is against the objection. So that's the negative thing, for me.
Double negative.
Yes, exactly. So it means that if you would really like to keep it in the package, the proposal number 3, you have to vote red, which is that you don't agree with the objection. So if by simple majority vote it passes, it means that the proposal is back in the package and that's it. After that, it's for one. If it's the only proposal that is out, that was objected, it remains in the package, and we don't need to vote again the package because we only vote on objection at this point in time. And that's what was not always so clear in the past Congresses. So we don't have to vote again the package because it's already accepted. It's only objections that we're dealing with. So I don't know if I'm clear.
Chair, thank you very much. For non-native English speakers, this is very helpful. first of all. And also, Japan would like to isolate 227.
Okay.
So that's our objection.
Exactly.
Thank
okay.
you.
So just before we do this, we will do it. Can you show me with the cards if the explanation I gave about the objection, is it clear with everybody? Because I would feel really bad that if people are not saying it. So can you just say, with the example I just gave with those 10 proposal package, 3, is it clear? If it's clear to all of you, could you please raise the green card to see that you agree with what I explained or not? Just for me. Because, okay. People that think that it's not clear and I need to do the example again or to clarify, please raise the red card. Okay, and I won't ask for abstention. So, okay, so that's perfect. Okay, so that's clarified. Yes. Now, yes, we'll take the question. Now, you asked specifically Japan to take away, to object to proposal 227 on the package that we just discussed earlier, which is a real package this time. It's not, okay, perfect. So we take this. Yes, now we are going to ask any comments on the objection that was asked to be made by Japan. Yes, go ahead.
One question. Will we be coming on to the package for Synchro after this? Thank you.
Sorry?
I have a nod, yes. That's great.
Yes, we will. After this, we're going to go back to the 3 packages that we have that, that we're supposed to kind of take position all together. Okay? Perfect. Okay. Now, yes, any more comments? Yes, please.
Katharina Rauch, Austria Figure. It's not to the objection of Japan, but we would like to have 232 out of the package because it relates to the qualifying rounds of the World Championships, and we think it's no longer necessary.
Okay, so if you agree, I would like to do them one by one because they don't relate together. So if you would agree, we will do the vote for the first one, and we'll come back with your objection afterwards. So now we'll talk about objection related to 227. If we vote, the vote is that if you vote in favor of taking out this proposal of the package where it will be bye-bye forever, you raise the green card. If you want to keep 227 in the package, you vote with the red card. Okay? Ready for the question? If they want. There's no, yeah. We don't need any discussion on the reasons, it's just objection. So, all in favor of the objection raised by Japan to take out 227, please. Green cards to take it out of the package. Who is in favor? Against, red, people who wants to keep it in the package. Okay, yeah. And any abstention? Okay, so the rejection from the Japanese, well, it's rejected, meaning that the proposal 227 goes back in the package. Okay, so that's clear with this one. We'll go to the other one that we had was related to 232. We will do the same process. We don't need any debates or anything. So we have a proposal there to object to this one. We will vote together to say, people in favor of removing 232 permanently, let's say the goodbye proposal, you vote green. If you want to keep it again in the package for proposal 232, you vote red. Okay? So, ready for the question? People in favor of the objection that was raised, green. Opposed? Any abstention? The objection is accepted so the proposal 232 is now definitely out of the package and gone. Okay? For the package now, as I said, we don't need to vote on those packages, right? So what happens is that now we have the definite, for these technical rules that we have the general technical rules, it's passed. So now we move on to what? No other objection? Oh, is there? Sorry, I forgot to ask. Is there any other objections on that package that we have just discussed? Yes.
Françoise de Rappard, Belgium figure skating. We would like to take out of the package rule 230.
230? Is that what I understand? 230? Okay, yes.
230, yes.
Yes. So, same process. We're having an objection. Okay. So, we have a request to take out 230 out of the package. We have one objection. People in favor of taking this out of the package, you vote green. People who wants to remain it will be red. Ready for the question? All in favor to remove this proposal from the package? Green cards. Opposed? Meaning that we keep it in. The objection is rejected, meaning that the proposal will remain in the package. All right? Any other objection? Okay. So that concludes that part of those special regs. Now we'll move on to the single and pair technical committee with their package. Okay? Oh, yes, I will say it. Yeah. We're talking about proposals 234 to 246. That's the package. Is there any objection to any of the proposal?
Sam Oxer, U.S. figure, we're opposed to 239, 240, and 245.
Okay, we'll proceed with one at a time if you don't mind, and we'll look at the impact on each one. Yeah. Oh, is there anyone? Yes, we'll take all the ones that one after the other. Yes, Japan. So that's from U.S., the three that we mentioned. Okay, Japan.
And in Japan also request to remove 241, please.
Japan. Okay. So we'll proceed one by one, like we did. All right. Is there any more comments?
Yes, I have a couple comments just about the proposals themselves.
Yes.
Eric Radford, Athlete Commission. It's important for the Congress to know that these changes in the proposal were made with the progression of our sport within the framework of the ISU Vision 2030 in mind, and with the consultation of international coaches, officials, and most importantly, the athletes. The proposed changes were also developed with the fans of skating in mind. The addition of a choreographic spin expands creative possibilities while reducing the amount of time the element takes to perform, and in pairs, the choreographic lift will allow teams to create a signature element of their own. Both of these elements provide
Eric,
an opportunity.
sorry, can you just speak slower a bit? Because I think these are important points, and I think that people like me sometimes we get
worried about the 3-minute time limit, so I just
no,
wanted
no,
to
take your time. Take your
make
time.
sure I got through, but I can do that. Sure.
Yes. So.
The proposed changes were also developed with the fans of skating in mind. The addition of a choreographic spin expands creative possibilities while reducing the amount of time the element takes to perform. And in pairs, the choreographic lift will allow teams to create a signature element of their own. Both of these elements provide an opportunity for skaters to show audiences something they may have never seen before. And the removal of the choreographic sequence in pairs allows teams more time and space to incorporate transitions and foster greater connection to the audience and to create a special moment on the ice. Overall, these changes offer a more streamlined approach with greater creative possibility when putting together a well-balanced program. And while I have the room, I'd like to address some other concerns that have been brought to my attention. As an athlete,
Eric,
former athlete.
Eric, I'm sorry to interrupt you again. I feel really bad about this, but as we mentioned earlier, I think we're not supposed in theory to debate, I think, the objections at this point in time.
Okay.
So sorry, I was the legal advisor who brought me back to the procedure. So I think we're not there to debate and to give argument, but I think we understand. But
Everybody gets it.
Yes. So I would like to make sure that it's going to be the same for everybody, not to. We're only here to talk about the objections and then to make a decision on this.
Okay.
Sorry about that.
No problem.
Karen
Yes.
O'Sullivan, Ireland. This is a question on clarification on procedural voting matters.
Yes.
As a native English speaker, I am confused about the procedure. We are isolating proposals from the package. Those proposals are being removed and then dismissed. Am I correct? They will not be discussed or voted on at any point into the future.
You are correct.
This leaves us with the package. We are now assuming that the package is passed.
Yes.
But we are not taking, as a Congress, we are not taking a vote on that package. There is the potential that while the package is before the Congress, among this congregation, there may be members that wish to reject the package or abstain from the package. And that is a voting right. So I'm requesting or asking for legal clarification on procedural.
Yeah.
If we do not follow the procedural format here, whatever decision is recorded will be null and void or could be null and void at a future date if challenged. So I would recommend that we have maybe a minute or two consult on the legality, and then if it is necessary, go back and vote on the packages in order to ensure we follow good governance and transparency.
Thank you.
Please let me explain to you. With regard to the technical rules, the competence for deciding the package is not with the Congress, but is with the technical committees together with the vice president of the respective branch. This is not a question of disrespect of the Congress. It is a key element of the rules of the constitution of the ISU. If you want to have a vote on the package on the Congress level, you need to change the rule. You need, for example, to change Article 11(2) of the Constitution. So the only right that is left with regard to the technical rules, because the reasoning behind this rule, Article 11(2), is that you put by your elections every 4 years people with the function of members of the technical committees. You give them this authority to decide on these technical rules. This is the place where you decide. But then it's their right to adopt the respective packages. And you restrict to yourselves, this is the current constitution, the right to say, this shall not be part of the package. But you have no right to decide on the package. Sorry, but this is the current constitution. If you want to change it, the big chance is next year in the framework of the new constitution.
Thank you, Michael. I think that clarifies. So now we'll go back to where we were with the first package, unless, yes?
My apologies. In Article 7, paragraph 2, A, it actually refers to a 2/3 majority for this. So again, I'm asking, maybe there is, as you suggest, a contradiction in our constitution on how this is, and an opportunity to restructure this should be considered under the constitutional organization to resolve the confusion this whole concept creates for us.
Thank you. Yes, very, yes, good question.
I fully agree that this is really a weakness, but it is something which, please, you should put on the table for the constitutional reform. I will. Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Michael. So,
Troy Goldstein.
Yes.
Troy Goldstein, United States Figure Skating.
Yes.
I'm a bit concerned and would like a clarification about the fact that there is obviously a situation here where the Congress has discussion around whether we should be removing elements, whether we want to move our sport forward or backward, whether things are dangerous or not dangerous. You allowed one individual to speak for about 2 minutes and then said there was no discussion. So I'm concerned about the fairness of the discussion and openness. So are you saying we will go right to the vote? That is my question.
Please, if you allow me, also with regard to the strategy of the Congress, you had the workshop, and the workshop was understood and intended to give the floor for discussion. There it was presented, and there was the discussion. Therefore, unfortunately, we had to interrupt here the chair of the Athletes Commission because this is not the place now for discussion, it is the place for decision. And this is what is being done. Sorry.
Now, yes, I'll take one more comment on that issue, and then I'll give the final note. Yes, Mr. Buchanan first, and then Eric. Yes, please go ahead.
Chris Buchanan, Great Britain. When we were discussing this matter on Monday, I raised a number of items that I would like to have discussed as part of the workshop, and was told that these would be discussed on Wednesday. And I was told they would not be discussed. So my question is, when do we get the opportunity to have that discussion?
Yes, but Mr. Buchanan, I think when you were asking the question, if you remember, we talked about, some of your questions were related to special regulations, which were right. We had the time to discuss all these special regulations earlier, but not on the technical rules. For me, that's exactly what we clarified it at the meeting. That's exactly the way we proceeded on this.
So there has been no opportunity to discuss those particular items anywhere.
You could discuss them on Monday if they were technical, and if they were, special regulations. You could have brought it earlier today, where we came with all of these. Some of the amendments that you mentioned, I think, were part of the discussions that you could have had today. Am I wrong?
We haven't reached them yet. We have not reached the proposals, the numbers of the items that I wanted to discuss.
But one thing we mentioned, though, we said we were going to consider all the comments that were made. We were going to consider them as far as some of the comments that you made, but with the limitations that we had with the sessions. I think that's the way we explained it. So I don't know if it's.
I still believe we have a gap where we are not being able to
raise
these matters.
It's not the only gap, you're right, and yes, I will have the final word, but yes, we take this in consideration, and again, it explains and it gives us the proof that we need to work on the constitutions and all the rules to allow, the members to be able to be clear when it's time we can discuss, and to make sure that everybody will contribute, all stakeholders involved. Athletes, coaches, and members, of course, definitely. Thank you. I'll take one more comment. Yes, please.
Like Mr. Goldstein, Mr. Buchanan just said, I was also under the impression that there would be a bit more of a discussion today. There's been a lot of behind-the-scenes discussions, and I think because this is such an important decision to make, and we are a little bit ahead of schedule, it would probably be the most beneficial to put aside the sort of like how this is all supposed to work and make sure that we are making this the best decision for the athletes, because that is who this is affecting in the end, and that would be better to take the time to do it now.
Okay, so thank you, Eric. Very last comment, and then I will make a comment.
I just want to support the previous speakers. It wasn't clear on Monday. We were under the impression that we're going to talk about it today.
Okay. Thank you for your comments. As chair of the meeting, I would allow it. I think we should do it since it was not clear, and maybe I'm the one who didn't have the right interpretation. Would you agree that before each package we would have some general discussions before we would remove the proposals, like a little bit of time, and then after that go with the procedures, because we cannot go against the other part of the procedures to how we will object. But I understand that you would like to have time to express yourselves related of each of the packages we are discussing. Am I correct? Would you be, okay. So would you be satisfied just by a show of hand with the green cards if we would allow a certain period of time for discussions before each package, before we would, start having and taking the objections? Am I correct? Yes? Okay, perfect. So I would then go back to, we're on discussion on the technical rules for singles and pairs. Mr. Radford, I'm sorry, I think you could go back to the microphone and finish the discussion and your comments related to this. Go ahead.
Thank you. I'm going to start from the beginning again, so I apologize. And I will try not to speak too fast. It's important, Eric Radford, Athletes Commission. It's important for the Congress to know that these changes in this proposal were made for the progression of our sport within the framework of the ISU Vision 2030 in mind, and with consultation of international coaches, officials, and most importantly, the athletes. The proposed changes were also developed with the fans of skating in mind. The addition of a choreographic spin expands creative possibilities while reducing the amount of time the element takes to perform. And in pairs, the choreographic lift will allow teams to create a signature element of their own. Both of these elements provide an opportunity for skaters to show audiences something they may have never seen before. And the removal of the choreographic sequence in pairs allows teams more time and space to incorporate transitions and foster greater connections to the audience, and to create a special moment on the ice. Overall, these changes offer a more streamlined approach with greater creative possibility when putting together a well-balanced program. And while I have the room, I'd like to address some other concerns that have been brought to my attention. While making changes like these halfway through an Olympic cycle is not ideal, these changes are essentially making things easier for the skaters with an overall reduction in the number of elements, providing more time and space for creativity, which is essential in keeping our sport vibrant and interesting for fans. And I believe it won't take high-level skaters very long to adapt. And on that note, many of the skaters have already had their programs choreographed with these changes in mind. There has been concern voiced about unfair judging of the choreographic elements, but those same concerns pertain to all of the elements. And lastly, there was an idea to keep 3 leveled lifts for the pairs with the possibility of adding another choreographic lift, which would defeat the purpose of these changes and could ultimately prove more dangerous for pair teams. As Mr. Bianchetti stated on Monday, and what I would like to reiterate here, is that these changes are in tune with the ISU Vision 2030, in tune with what fans have been asking for, and will truly open the door a little wider for greater and much needed creativity and originality within our sport.
Thank you. We'll go to, on the right, yes, Sam?
Yeah, I'd like to speak specifically to the singles changes and the reductions of the jumps. We think that, we've had the most spectacular men's event ever at the recent Worlds, and the audience was reacting to the incredible jumps and spins. They weren't standing for the choreo step sequence or the program. So you're taking out one of the most spectacular elements, and that we think that's a step backwards. The other thing is you then have novice, junior, and senior all at 6 jumps. A senior skater should be able to do 7 jumps and choreography and spins. We expect that high bar from our senior level skaters, and I think we saw it at the recent World Championships in both men and women. So we don't understand the need to reduce the jump here. The other thing is that we gave you the option of changing the factors to focus more on the components. The skaters will go toward where they can get the most points, and if you use those factors correctly, it will incentivize them to do more choreography, because nothing has worked so far. Judging certainly hasn't got us to that point, so use the factors to get there. So we think this is really a step backward by removing the jumps and one of our best elements. If you go on TikTok or Instagram, they're not showing you choreographic steps or choreography. They're showing you spectacular jumps and spins. That's where we need to get our younger audience. And by removing the jumps and trying to say we're just going to be more creative without any specific direction to allow more points, we feel this is a big step backward. Thank you.
Thank you. Yes.
Evgeny Martynov, Ukraine Figure Skating Federation. With all those proposals and changes, we forgot to ask the audience and conduct any research as to the marketing effects of these changes. We all gathered together to make an ISU and our sport financially sustainable. To achieve this goal, we jointly supported our president and director in their efforts to make the system commercially rational, and in particular, our sport watchable and marketable. The amendment in place goes inherently against those goals, since they make the visible picture less attractive, with less jumps, less athletics, and in fact, less sports. How we will move our sport forward when we already went from 8 jumps down to 7 several years ago, and now we're going from 7 down to 6. To conclude, instead of having new supporters, new fans, we might effectively have much less. And my question is, who will bear responsibility in the end of the day?
Thank you. Yeah.
Han Cu from China. We all were informed about the Vision 2030. We need to have more attractive sport for this. We need proposed changes. This allows the skaters to perform new creative elements and to have better programs. As a former pair skater, I can tell you that especially in pair skating, the elements didn't change for many years. For this, we strongly support the proposal from the Single and Pair Technical Committee. Thank you.
Thank you.
Igor Lukanin, Azerbaijan. So my question is, what are we trying to do with our changes? Are we trying to increase the viewership by making our programs more exciting? So are we sure that taking away possibly quad jump at the end of the program and replacing it with a choreo spin gonna do the job?
Thank you. Yes, on the other side.
Troy Goldstein, United States Figure Skating. Listen, we appreciate the hard work, dedication, and innovation that the technical committee has been working on. And we really appreciate and like the concept of moving the sport forward. And we like the choreo pair lift, which I'm talking to particularly in 245. However, making it an immediate implementation on an Olympic qualifying year, especially a few months before the season begins, is really a huge burden on the athletes and the coaches, especially as well, the judges have to learn how to evaluate it. So what I'm concerned about is the significant injuries that we could see, As someone who not only was a pair skater, but performed these exact elements while touring for years and performing in shows, this is not a simple task to learn this element. Secondly, we are removing a pair lift, which is the backbone of pair skating. And lastly, we spoke about the necessity of qualifications and experience in order to evaluate this discipline, and now we are shifting 2 whole elements out of the free skate program to the judging panel from the technical panel when we think about evaluation. Therefore, I'm asking you to support the objection of this proposal of 245, or asking the technical committee to at least look at possible the pair choreo lift being delayed until post-Olympic year. I think it's a great idea. I'm just worried about the immediate implementation.
Thank you. Yeah, I'll take the 2 next, and yes, please go ahead. Yes.
Simon Briggs, Great Britain.
Yep.
Mine will be short because I'm reiterating what Troy has already pointed out. I think we're unnecessarily reducing the difficulty in the sport. I think we have teams who lift very well, and we take away a lift and we put in a choreo lift, so therefore their enhancement, their value is reduced and they get the same value as another team. In principle, as Troy said, I don't disagree totally, but I do think at this point, as Troy said, in the qualification year to Olympic Games, I really don't feel that it's the right time to implement all of these changes. Thank you.
Thank you. I'll take one last comment. Yes?
Boris Yait,
Yes.
Israel. When we started the Congress, our president said, faster, stronger, higher. That's the idea of sport. And if you remember the last championship, everybody skated beautiful, but one person made the world championship because people went crazy in the place when they see Malinin jump. So what I'm trying to say that people are looking for something special. They understand the spins, they understand everything, but there is something special, and we're gonna do is now, it's gonna be a step backwards. We would like to tell our young, now I'm sure, from many countries, already they're working, trying to match him or trying to beat him. And that's the idea. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much. So I think we've heard from the, yes? You have the last word? Yes.
Okay. I'm not going in all the criticism that was done because logically we have no time and we have already explained this. Just that we are not going in reducing. It seems that we are going to take out the technical part, and so we are reducing one jump element in singles. That it means with the other changes that after you can perform now 11 jumps and next time you can perform 10 jumps. And the jumps that are going on Instagram is not the last one performed, is the first or the second that are the highest interesting jump. The last jump generally is something that it is taken just to get points, and it doesn't increase so much the interest of the program. The most of the skaters are taking out the last jump performs, it's the easiest one. So we are not taking out this. We are just trying to have more interesting program. And it is possible that on Instagram, also on the best jumps, are also possible going a choreo lift or a choreo spin, because they will be so interesting and so unique that it will be something really new. So the criticism that was done as a merit, because we understand, but do not see the idea and the goal to have more interesting program in total without taking out anything technically important. So that's I would like that it is clear.
Thank you. So what we will do now, if you agree with me, as the time is passing by as well, we will, I was going to go and take it where we were, we have a number of objections related to the singles and pairs technical rules. Did you want to say something? What? Yes, yes. I think we'll, if you agree, I think we've heard from everybody, and I think especially that if people have spoken once, as we know, we said usually only one person from each country, one member. So I would go forward now to take the vote and then to really clear what, with the explanations that we had, which I feel very much better that we had the time to really hear everybody. So if you're okay, I will go one by one with each of the objections that we had, and then we will proceed with the voting as it was planned. Correct? Okay. So we're talking about the technical rules in singles and pairs. Okay, between the proposals of 234 to 246, we have four objections related to these proposals. We will start with, we will vote them one by one, and then we'll see the impact of this. We will start with the first one, which is 239, proposal 239 that has been objected by US Figure. I will ask the question, and I remind you again what we discussed earlier. This is about objections. So if you vote in favor of the objections, it means that with the green card, means that we will remove this number, this proposal out of the package, and it's going to be over for this one. If you vote with the red cards, it means that you want to keep it in the package, and it will be included as it was before, like before. Okay? So for a proposal, yes? Yes?
Just one clarification for your understanding, because in technical rules, things are very connected. In case Rule 239 is taken out of the package, so it is rejected, as a consequence, also Rule 234, 235, no rule proposal, 234, 235, and 238 will have to be withdrawn because they are connected with the well-balanced program. So if the well-balanced program is remain like it is, the others are, as a consequence, going out, just for clarification.
Thank you. So I'll take, ready for the question, I would say. Who is in favor of the objection related to rule, to proposal 239? Please, green, yes. We will count the votes to make sure, because I think it's important to make sure. So please. Against the removal of this proposal? We'll do the count, yes. Please keep your hands. Any abstention? Any abstention? So here's the result. The objection is rejected. We had 26 votes in favor of the rejection and 27 to keep it in. Next one. Now we're talking about proposals 240. Same thing. I'm going to ask the question. People, if you're in favor of this objection, it means that you remove proposal 240 from the package with the green cards. If it's against, then it's the red card. So who is in favor of removing the proposal 240 from the package? Green cards, please. And we'll do the count. Opposed. Red cards, meaning that you want to keep proposals 240 in the package. Red cards, please. Any abstention? White card. C'est 14, hein? So it stays. Huh? Thank you. Here's the result. For proposal 240, will remain in the package. The votes are yes for the objection of 14 votes and a no 38 votes. We move on to proposal 245. Sorry, 240, sorry, I'm wrong. 241, sorry.
Apologies, Chair, before we progress. When we started at the beginning today, we had 58 members present. If we do the quick math calculation on the two proposals or the two votes we've just taken, the number of voting members in the first was 53, which would suggest there are 5 members that would have abstained, though we recorded no abstains. Either that or the number within the room has changed since 9 a.m. this morning. We look at the second vote, and again, the number changes. The maths are not adding up, I'm afraid. Can we get a check on this, please?
Clarification, yes. Clarification.
No, this is not a correct conclusion you are drawing. We can nobody force to use or exercise the right to vote. We also cannot control whether, since the beginning of the session, somebody left the room. From point of view of the Constitution, it's the votes cast that give the respective number. If somebody does not vote or does vote invalid, this will not be counted according to the rules. The chair has correctly asked the numbers yes, the numbers no, and the abstentions. There's no reason and no legitimacy to repeat voting.
My apologies. My concerns are to ensure that we have good governance, good practice, and transparency. We have counted the vote. I appreciate it's manual. We have not got the technology today to, but at the same time, there should be a double check that that vote, when it is counted, is not just counted the once, but it has a second. So there is a verification that the number counted is in fact tallying with the two. Does that make sense to you?
No, in no parliamentarian system, in no state, this will be allowed. And sorry, this we cannot.
My apologies,
no,
if we're
this,
talking politics, many
it is
times
good.
they recount and recount.
We did allow here already, I think we respected well the wish of the Congress. But to vote as long as achieving a certain result is not part of the system. Sorry.
Benoit.
Okay, we'll.
Benoit.
So I take it. Sorry, what? Yes.
Given that we don't have the electronic system that we all relied on, could I make a recommendation to you to take into consideration, which is if you collected each of the cards from each of us, each of the countries, then they could actually count rather than seeing if they see a hand up or not see a hand up. It would at least be more accurate, more transparent, but it would accomplish the same goal.
Well, okay. Thank you for your comment, but we will continue because we've been consistent with the approach since the beginning of the Congress. So for me, I want to stay in that same line. I totally understand the situation. I wish we would have electronic vote. It proves again that, electronic it should be present in every meeting, but that's a reality and we have to compose with this. So I will follow up where we were. So I'm taking now the proposal 241 and I'm asking for the vote. So,
Ireland, I would request that the next vote be taken as a secret ballot. As you explained earlier, this will require the paper to be prepared and then they will be physically counted in secret.
Thank you.
You can see we're looking at the Constitution again.
Okay, yes, now I think the legal advisor is telling me yes, before we would go forward with this proposal, we would take a vote to see if people want to go with the secret vote. So we need to vote on this. Yes, okay. So thank you for your request. I think it's valid. So we're going to ask now with a show of hand, who is in favor to go with the secret ballot, secret vote on this next proposal, or people who are against this proposal. So people in favor of the secret vote, please raise the green card. And people against the secret vote, please, would be the red. So should we go for the first? Okay. So in favor of the proposal to go with the secret ballot with this proposal, green card, please. Please, yes, hold them up. Yeah. We'll do the count. Okay, vote has shown that it's enough to accept to go with the secret vote, but obviously, as you know, we will not have, because of the schedule of today, we will then stop the meeting and then we'll reconvene tomorrow morning to have time to prepare for all the papers related for the secret vote. So tomorrow, so is that okay? Yes. So yes, it will be a secret vote. We're not starting tomorrow morning at 9 o'clock. and we'll start with the voting with the Rule 241. Correct?
My apologies for delaying Congress and the
You're not
process
delaying.
here. Just for clarification, we have voted for a secret, valid, and agreed by majority on proposal 241 to be isolated or to be but I want to declare our intention that we would do the same on any other objections in this particular section. So I think that will impact on 245 as well. So this gives you the
Yes.
opportunity to prepare.
Yes, yes. Totally, yes. And you're not, I want to tell you that you're not taking, we have still time until tomorrow. We still have the whole day tomorrow. Yes, we were close to maybe finish today, but I think it will be totally fine and, to come back tomorrow and finish our voting and then to make the best decisions. I remind you that we're here for the reasons that we're there for the athletes, for the sport. We're going through a major transition, and then we're having the Vision 2030, which is amazing in my opinion. We all want the best for our athletes, and as I said, it has nothing to do related to individuals. It's about all the proposals, all the decisions we're making here as a group. Remember, together, if we work together, in my opinion, we'll be successful. Thank you very much. We'll reconvene tomorrow at 9 o'clock. Thank you very much.